Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG. How are you all doing? And today we're playing a little DR. Day 3. We are ranked 52nd. This doesn't look like LE. It's not LE. Is it LE?
Pro2 waiting room enabled. Aaron at 26 Polka Jam. Aaron at 26 Polka Jam. Aaron at 26 Polka Jam.
West, what's up? Sith Lord, what's up? Kaiser, hello. What do you mean babyface incoming? This is babyface. All right, it's true, it's babyface. Where's the voted facial hairstyle? I know, we're just gonna have to do that a different time. The wife's like, you're shaving it now, and I was like, yes ma'am, last night, so I don't. We'll figure something out, Guilty, I know. Don't worry. By the way, let's see, who do we got here? Medic, hello, Guilty, Burn Division, what's up? Blackthorn, hi. Earth Ninjas, what up? Earth Ninjas? Was Earth Ninjas the one? Who won the hat? Beefy won the hat. Beefy won. Earth Ninjas won the key. White Tiger, what's up? Trevor Grez, hello, hello. Barth, hello. Zim, my friend, what's up? Wasted Mind, hi. Who else is here? Andres, yo. Brow, hello. LE 1.2 bosses will have no HP, only boss ward. All your LP slams will fail because F you and Circle of 4 players are permanently banned. You are a liar. Yeah, price for POE 2 won't go up. Tier set, making money, free to play game. Hello. Shiz? Hi. Cajun, thank you for the tier 1 sub, 18 months. Oh, looky, 25,000 bits badge. Thanks, Sith. Hog, what's up? Nithhog. Nithhog? Is that a weapon in crossout? Who else is here? Praise, yo. Toxic, hello. Who else is here? Zio, yo. YouTube, Stomps, hello. Old Bad Gamer, yo. Psycho. Hi, everyone. All right, highs are out of the way. And I don't say out of the way. Oh my gosh, it triggered a... It's a level 99. We can't do this. Time confirmation for the podcast. Oh, sweet. Everyone. And I'll say this a couple of times. In case you didn't see the video I made of Mr. LaRue's reaction today, it has been confirmed. Town Portal Podcast is back this Wednesday. Couple of days. And who will be our first guest entering the town portal? Darth Microtransaction will be entering the town portal this Wednesday, December 4th. It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. He's gonna ride in on his motorcycle as a guest. That's gonna be fun. Yep. So Darth will join the town portal with me and Mr. LaRue on this channel, Aaron Action RPG, on Wednesday. Call the shots, Aaron. Oh, jeez. I'm no shot caller, I don't think. Pretty cool. So Darth is confirmed for this week. Talkative Try has confirmed for the next week. We're still figuring it out with Try. Potentially Gazzy after his subathon. There's a lot going on. Do you have enough parking for his bike? I think we'll figure it out. Is he going to be alone or with Riker? I don't know. Yeah, figuring it out with him. I know, I actually need to talk to Talkative again because my podcast, me going on Talkative's podcast, is Wednesday, December 4th at 8 p.m. I just need to figure out the times. It'll be fine. DM loves Riker. I know, we need to get them both on Town Portal. That would be so much fun. That would be so much fun. Prepare for tons of Darth jokes from Frosty. That's kind of the plan, is we'll do this podcast, and then basically Frosty can rip Darth out of context pretty much till the end of time. It'll be perfect. No overlapping podcast. Gonna have to stick to the schedule. I know, right? Easy content. I love how much Frosty trolls DM. I think DM likes it. Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out Wednesday, right? Good morning. Another subathon on Friday. I am not doing another subathon on Friday. Sorry for getting angry. I'm not even angry. Just had to like your video reaction. The trolling's gonna be fun. Nah, just 48 hours, no sleep. Oh, geez. Did Aaron just say subathon? No. I did not say subathon. You understand? How are you doing? I'm doing great, sir. Okay. On a more serious note, if we were going to do a fun event that was not a subathon, because that is not an option, what would everybody like to see on Friday? What could be fun that isn't? I'm not doing another subathon, but I'm open to ideas. So feel free to voice anything clever you have. A streamathon. That's the same thing, just a different name, right? I can't play this game and read chat at the same time. Mods take over the stream. A blurpathon? Aaron, don't sleep for 96 hours. The no sleepathon? No, that's brutal. I don't want to do a no sleepathon. He said it again. Dragon Horde is starting to push out all its social media stuff for its release next year. Well, we'll talk about it next year then. Subathon, 96-hour streamathon, 100-day stream, hot tub stream in polka outfit for 48 hours, mods takeover stream, blurpathon. Aaron doesn't sleep for 96 hours playing POE 2-a-thon. 96 hours of Aaron trying to kill a fly. Hi, did you see this short video from POE 2? You could send me the link on Discord. If you'd like. Stream with a clock that ticks down to end it, but when people subscribe to the channel, the timer goes up. Very original, Medic. I don't know how I didn't think of that. Guilty, before I click on the link and it crashes my computer, can you click on the link and see if it crashes your computer? Guilty. You already did. What? Okay. How about you stream attempting the old 90s Sixer? Okay, honestly. What kind of event? There's got to be events people do that does not involve a clock. An event where blurps, bits, and donations do something that isn't clock related. Come on. There's a lot of vets out there to Twitch. There's got to be some ideas. Guys? A drinking stream? You will die, though. I'm not a drinker. You can take a shot every donation. Oh, my God. That's what Boardman used to do. You guys joke. That's what Boardman used to do. How about since Friday is going to be a POE 2 waiting simulator, let's play Core Punk. I like caffeinated dads content, hardcore race. Every time you die, you take a shot. A drinking stream. You will die, though. You got to take a shot every donation. What I've seen is people having spinning wheels that dictate and game action. Like, drop your weapon, re-roll your character till you die. For every bit, the kids give Aaron more makeup. I'd rather play chess than Core Punk. Dude, I was dying. I was dying during the Core Punk release. Exatheus, a couple people are like, Rax is playing Core Punk. Zizarin's playing Core Punk. Aaron, they're saying it's good or you need it's been fixed. I'm like, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Nice try. Nice try. All right, what is this link? I'm just watching it over and over again. That's pretty funny. What class are we playing Friday? We will main Witch. All sponsored. Of course it's all sponsored. Of course. I'm not going to sit here and talk bad about any creator to take sponsored content. I cannot be more clear. I took sponsored content for up-and-coming POE 2 content. Yes, I got a sponsorship for POE 2. Which was hilarious. Well, you know, it's always the best when it's a sponsorship for something you were already going to do. That is like the pinnacle of... It'd be like, hey, Aaron, do you want to get sponsored for Last Epoch Season 2? Sure. I guess, you know. Sure. Wow, made it to the big leagues. It's not big leagues. It's not big leagues. It was not a big it was not a big sponsorship. But I was offered a sponsorship. I was like, oh, cool. Sure. No negotiation, no nothing. It was I literally didn't. I was like, sure. Sounds good. Thank you. Anyways, yeah. Any major content creator that takes a sponsorship to try a game. Yeah, no, I'm not throwing shade. It's awesome. But members of the community telling me, dude, these big creators are playing Core Punk. You should too. Yeah, let's see if they're playing Core Punk tomorrow. You know, it's like, no. Nice try. I've played Core Punk. I would have played it if the subathon was still going, just as like a sure. But that was the only way. You guys would have got me to play Core Punk if the subathon was still going. Kiko, hi, hi. Thanks for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Your loss. Yeah, I'm sure. Sorry, double message. Hold on, I'm missing everything. Diesel, I work next to a mattress firm. They recently got an adjustable base that has open Bluetooth. You cannot disconnect the Bluetooth with the remote, so I've been messing with them throughout the day with random music. How funny. When my kids joke all the time, Diesel, which I'm always like, I don't know why you always joke, but when I moved from California to Idaho, like when you talk about an act of faith, I had to leave my job as a general manager for Target. So I was a GM for Target, and I don't know if some people know this, but believe it or not, in a retail environment, you can still do well for yourself. You could still do well for yourself as a top dog of a retail store. Anyways, leaving that job. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Store managers at Target pay well. And like not like an assistant manager or store manager, like a general manager. I was a GM I worked at Target 9 years, 2 of the years as an assistant manager and 7 years as a GM. Anyways, I left Target to move, and I didn't have a job. And the first job that was offered to me was a general manager for mattress firm. It's just funny that you bring up mattress firm. So anytime we drive by a mattress firm, my kids are like, Dad, could you imagine if you know, they like poke fun at me saying like that was you. And I'm always like, you shouldn't make fun. Like, that's probably a good job. I don't know why I told that story, but my kids poke fun of me as being a mattress salesman. That's the whole story for mattress firm. Would you buy a mattress from this guy? If you were in Southern California, I've probably been to your Target at some point. I was the general manager for 7 years of Kurtner, the plant, right across from the cemetery. That was mine in not a great area. Hard to get excited about mattresses. My kids just joke that, you know, Daddy, we would have, you know, told all our friends you were a mattress salesman. I'm like, what's wrong with that? Like, what's wrong with that? What class are you playing on Friday? The plan for Path of Exile 2 is to make a splash in the witch category. I'm not saying it would happen or will happen, but I have assembled a team behind me, and we're going to be working together as a community to try and make tips and tricks, leveling guides, and endgame build guides focused around the witch mastery. That's what we're doing. One of my best friends is a mattress salesman. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it. Is it you guys versus Gazzy? No, we're a team. I already told Gazzy I'm going to pick his brain all the time. Wow, made it to the big league, sponsored by Tencent. You've come so far. Sell out. Aaron is sponsored to play 30 days of D4. Lies. You're going to stand there and tell me she's not a witch, dude. What? That's cool. Wife says whoever donates acts as the DJ and picks the type of music chat listens to until the next donation, and they become the next DJ and changes the type of music. Oh my gosh. I just feel like that is a great idea. It'll just be like polka the whole time. Probably. Wife said you have to listen to a certain genre of music till the next donation changes. I mean, a sponsorship to do something you wanted to do anything anyways, nothing to scoff at, exactly. I'm fighting with my gift card company because they won't let my POE 2 key purchase go through. That's weird. No, you're good, White Tiger. That's a good one. How does the giveaway work? As long as you're following the channel, you type in !giveaway. I've already given away now 5 POE 2 keys. This key will be drawn at the end of stream tomorrow. I did watch some footage of Core Punk post-release. It does seem like they improved some things to some extent. Only takes 1 hour to complete a quest rather than 5. Actually, I bet that's not true. I bet the people that are completing a quest in 1 hour instead of 5 are using the interactive map where people have already made guides on how to complete the quest. Guaranteed. It's my guess. I was a team lead at Target for 5-ish years. Nice. GM? Were you GM? I would have had the best mattresses, you know? Hard to get excited about mattresses. I don't know why my kids just... Every time we drive past a mattress firm, because there's a ton in Idaho, they're always like, Daddy, you could have been a mattress salesman, and they poke at me. I'm always like, there's nothing wrong with that. The Target I used to work at has inside shrink. Even toothpaste is locked up now. That's wild. Which category are we talking about? What do you mean? It's not me versus Gazzy. Worked at Sears furniture chain for a while. But somehow we got 2 witch hunters in the group. No, they will be booted out once they kick up another character. Don't worry, Guilty. I'll watch them. I did. Hubby's deciding between a mercenary or a ranger since he loves bows and crossbows. Polka, not polka. Polka, not polka. Exactly. It would just be yodeling the whole time. That's really funny. Hello, old man streamer. How are you today? What's up, Ominous? First off, I'm not an old man anymore. I shaved. So. That's gone. Polka with yodels, polka with yodels. Extra Life will have all the guides and the view bots. I make 6 figures being a manager of 3 stores, so yes, you can do very well for yourself. Agreed. I was not a GM, just leader over electronics, toys, and seasonal. Ah, you got that corner. I work at Walmart, everything is locked up. If they make fun of mattresses, then you could remove theirs, right? Any big point holders want to make Aaron stand? I just started the stream. Okay, babyface, that's better. How could you shave? Because the wife said so? The Walmarts here are cleaner than the Targets. That's fair. Any info on passives and build prognosis? Not right now. I'm trying to stay away from the only watching POE 2 content. Blood Witch seems to have some real potential. We're going to test everything. What did you do for school or degree that you hold? I have a Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration, concentration in Management at San Jose State University. I got a BS in Business from SJSU. You're not watching the Ziz interview in an hour and 15 minutes then, since you're avoiding POE 2 content? I'm not avoiding it. I'm not avoiding it. Yeah, I bet you do have a BS. Exactly. BS in business makes sense, right? I'm starting to look like a Viking. I should be very clear. I'm not, maybe I'm wording it wrong over the last couple days. If you go on Twitch or YouTube, you will see that there are many content creators that are in the POE 2 category, and all they are doing is just watching over and over again the same videos. Now, the reason why they're doing that is because people are currently starved and excited for Path of Exile 2. Most of the day we are playing Dwarven Realms, and during that we're talking about Path of Exile 2. So I get it. What I have just said is that that's not what we're gonna do. I don't have... I'd rather play DR and talk about Path of Exile 2 than just watch the same kind of regurgitated content over and over again. Now, if there's something new, if there's something exciting, yeah, I have no problem tuning in to like a big interview or new info dropping. I have no problem with that. I'm not avoiding it. I'm just, you know, that's just not what this stream is. I hope that makes sense. Who's Zizarin interviewing? Or what do you guys, I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Aaron, have you decided what you're doing? I want to make a splash with the witch, aka the necromancer, in PoE 2. I'm gonna try and recreate some LE builds over there and see what we can come up with. That is the plan for PoE 2. Oh gosh, I can't even play the game. There's so much chat and pings, and now I gotta stand up the whole time. We've almost made it through one. We might as well just watch stuff. Ziz is interviewing Jonathan Rogers. I see. All right, well, we can check that out. That sounds good. Jonathan must be getting sick of all these interviews. I've been standing since he redeemed him. Oh, jeez. Oh, wow. Your community likes to engage with you. What a terrible thing, brother. Aaron is still open to the fellowship in DR. Yep. Your account name is over here on the right. Put it in chat and I can get you a fellowship invite. Okay, you guys still haven't given me what we're gonna do for Friday's event. We were talking earlier that Friday for PoE 2, I'm down to do anything but a subathon. So if somebody wants to come up with an idea that would be a fun event for PoE 2, I'm all ears. That is not a subathon. Medic had an idea of where we do an event where there's a clock in the corner, and when people donate, the clock goes up. Thought that was kind of a fun idea. Everyone, I'm making an announcement. We are going to watch the Zizarin interview. It'll be our first POE 2 farming content. Engaging content. POE 2 engaging. That's what I meant to say. POE 2 engaging content. Whenever it is. Captain, you know what I mean. Cap. 1 hour-ish. Brother. Engaging. What I meant to say. Engaging. All right, let's finish this. Everyone, I started a new giveaway for Path of Exile 2. Of course, Cannibal. This giveaway will be drawn tomorrow. So we'll let it run for today's stream, which will be about 5-6 hours, and then we'll draw it at the end of tomorrow's stream. That is the plan. The cannibal. Eat 'em. If you're subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. You are following on Twitch, type in !giveaway. Come on. I'll catch up in chat after this fight. I know I've missed a lot. You don't know Cannibal has the most life in the game. We only got 2 minutes. We should be able to get him. Ooh. Trying not to move so much. The more he stands still, the more DPS we do. Home fort. All right. Jonathan must be getting sick of all these interviews. Interviewing DM, you are playing with the big boys now. No, I am not. I'm still a little boy. That being said, yes, Town Portal podcast kicks off this Wednesday. So me and Frosty LaRue are back. Darth Microtransaction will be entering the Town Portal. Yes, yes, yes. That's this Wednesday. Should be a lot of fun. Exciting video. Watch DS Lily build her computer. Yeah, that sounds fun. Does DR have co-op? It does not have co-op. It is an online game that has competitive ladders and fellowships/guilds where you support each other. But it does not have co-op right now. For us who didn't go to college or learn extra stuff at school, we stuck in stores until we get the bother of going higher. You bother going higher? Ah, you don't need a degree to go higher, sir. Absolutes, what's up? Aaron, what's your starting class? The Witch. The Witch. Witch mermaid build. Yep, exactly. Nah, he enjoys it. He loves the game. Can tell. Who, me? Friday is basically a queue simulator. See, that's when we'll do all our POE videos. You have to dress like a witch, cosplay the witch or source. Those aren't fun events. Anything as long as people are in a good mood. Wifey has to pick the makeup. Every bit will go to Aaron's OnlyFans. A capped subathon hot tub stream. So not a subathon, but basically a subathon. No. Friday is their snow on the ground, should be lawn mowing stream, since we are pretty confident PoE 2 servers will melt. Do a donations challenge, like you have to change your active skill or stash weapon and get a new one. How about this? You start a timer that counts to 100. Donations make the clock go down. Wait, okay. It's opposite. Do a donations challenge. Like you have to... Oh, no, wait. Wait, what did he say? You start a timer that counts to 100. Donations make the clock go down. And you can't stop until the clock hits 100? That's a subathon! Right? This game gets a graphics update on release. It looks different. Yeah, got a huge graphics overhaul. They expanded the studio and added 2 graphic designers to the game. You gotta dress like a witch. That could be interesting. Maybe go further and you have to create a new character at a certain donation goal. For every death, you have to give me $10,000. What do I get for every boss kill? Do I get... Or no, is it just you get it? Nap time, be back later. All right, Tekken. Every time is not telling the truth. Mia will beat him. Did I win the last giveaway? No. None of us won. He rigged it again. Lies. Call out the new PoE channels in Discord. Everyone, we have brand new PoE channels in Discord. They're not gonna work here anymore. We have 4 new voice channels. We have PoE Trade, Item Showcase, Looking for Group, PoE Build Discussion, Spoilers, and PoE General Chat. I like this. This is nice. New PoE Discord channels. Also, we have a new giveaway in the Discord. Link right there. You guessed it. Path of Exile 2 key. You guessed it. There. Also, again, there was an ad running in case you didn't hear it. Darth microtransaction will be on this Twitch, Aaron Action RPG, on Wednesday, December 4th. We'll be entering the town portal with me and Mr. LaRue. Should be a lot of fun. We're going to talk about his motorcycles the whole time. Majority of folks that are hired don't have degrees. You skip the dress like a witch thing. I'm not doing that. For every 100, you have to pause PoE 2 and play D4 for 5 minutes. Oh, brother. Did you watch the movie Warlock back in the day? You could dress like that guy. That would work. It's a backwards subathon. No, it's not a subathon. Subathon counts to 0. This timer counts to 100. Or pause PoE 2 and play crossout. Oh, jeez. Who won? Solo Cup won. Do you know if you get credit when I bought Rogue Drink with one of the Black Friday codes, but I enter your website through the link? I think I still get credit as long as you use my link. As long as you use this link. Every death you play 20 minutes of core punk. Oh, jeez. All right, invite to the fellowship. If anybody needs a fellowship invite, put your account name in now. Full skeleton, yo. Deathless stream incoming. Every time you die, the timer goes up. Skeleton jelly. Yo on both fronts. I goofed and got fellowship spam invited by somebody else. Oh, that's okay, sir.
Upgrade completed.
Where do we get all these belts? I contacted support just to make sure so they could check that box for you. Aaron, can we expect the latest Core Punk impression? I haven't played Core Punk. I don't want to. Guys. And don't say stop yelling or something like that. It's not funny. It's not funny. I'm not yelling. I'm just yelling. You're making me cry. Why? What did I do? Did I do something? Hydrate, drink the tears. If you do start, does that mean we can say Aaron is hitting the pipe? You're all monsters. I don't know what to say anymore. You're all about to just finally push me off the edge. Hinterlands. It's an Aaron-like. An Aaron-like is, Core Punk-like? Is that what we're gonna say? I'm excited to watch the Zizarin interview. All the POE 2 new, all the new POE 2 news coming out. What's up, Robo? Robo, we're trying to come up with an idea for a fun event I can do on Friday for Path of Exile 2 that is not a subathon. Keyword, not a subathon. Okay, just a 24-hour stream then. That's not fun. I need to figure out how to get off work early. Well, the servers aren't going to work anyways, so I don't think. A strip-a-thon. Take off a piece of clothes for every $500. No, because then you guys would faint. And then no one would enjoy the game. You know, we would just explode. Yes, phrasing. No, that's a bad idea. I will stream until I stop getting blurp stream. So a blurpathon? So in my head, it's like, okay, we're not doing a subathon, so we're not doing donations add to a timer, right? The thought of like, you know, the community picks my build, or I have to throw my weapon on the ground, or I don't know if I like that either, because we're going to be learning the game. We're going to have access to nothing, like starting the campaign. So anything I do find, it'll be scarce. I guess it would be a horrible punishment. Blurpathon, nailed it. That's still a subathon indirectly, right? A blurpathon. Trying to think something fun we could do with like a wheel. We hit X, we spin the wheel, and the wheel does this. What could be on the wheel? Reroll weapons. So on the wheel, it could be like drop weapon, start over, stuff like that. Yo, look at the guild level. Hold on, I'll look in a second. Are we doing good? Yup. All right, hold on. Let me beat this. Get away from me, spider. All right, we're gonna die again. All right. Get the dragon. Dude, even just grinding 80s. These are still like not the boss dies in a second. You dead. All right. All right. Aaron-like. Challenge. Can't respec a passive point unless you play 20 minutes of core punk. 24-hour stream. Stripathon. Blurpathon. Spin the wheel, but each point adds time to the clock. Yes, you can put there drop items, weapons, reroll weapons. The wheel decides what skills you pick every level up. For every blurp, Aaron puts on more clothes. Action RPG Army, we are ranked 10th overall. Level 10. Good progress. D4 Bad is number 1. Is that the name of it? Oh my gosh. D4 Bad is number 1. We need an Aaron-a-thon. Sad I haven't been able to play since starting the guild. Busy weekend. Yeah. You can only use magic, armor, weapons through the campaign. That's impossible. Every time you level, you have to show me the affection. You have to show me the affection my parents never did. Easy challenge. You want some affection? I don't know what to play. You're rolling witch with us, Raven. Oh, you don't know what to play on DR. I see. Yeah, I can't help you there. Bow mage, sword. All the above. Guys, I'm guessing that Zizarin's interview is on Zizarin's channel. You gotta pick. I can't pick. Go meta. There you go. Right, where are we at? Scrolls. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're hunting for scrolls. Every time Aaron dies, he gives the money back. Everyone is using Fire Orb with all the weapons. Why are you looking at what other people are playing? This is weird. Just pick something you like. It's playing Fire Orb. Everyone, I started a brand new giveaway for our 6th copy of Path of Exile 2. I will draw this on tomorrow's stream. I just started it, so it'll go today and tomorrow. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch, type in !giveaway. As long as you're subbed on YouTube, type in !a giveaway. Raven, just pick something you like, sir. It's easy. But I recommend Ferocity Bats, you know. Fire Orb was meta this time. I just keep picking the meta randomly. Sure. Sure. I'll download it tonight and play tomorrow. There you go. I would say let Ziz cook. That's clearly D4 phrasing. Oh, brother. Frosty Lou. Frosty Laro. Oh, man, I'm excited for Wednesday. Wednesday is going to be a busy, busy day. We've got Town Portal podcast with DM, and I'm going on Talkative Tries podcast. Talk POE 2 versus LE. That should be interesting. Wednesday's double podcast. And beat Aaron. Every once in a while, Raven, you say something pretty funny. Never mind. I have beaten Rupture 98. That's where I'm at right now. 98. We've got all our dailies to do. And you are hardcore. Yes, hardcore. Duh. If you stream softcore, you're like, what's the point of playing? Hardcore is like the cool thing to do now, you know? Softcore. That's funny. Every once in a while, someone will come in here and say that. You know streamers play hardcore, right? Like, what? oh, yeah? Challenge accepted, old man. Go for it. You're not hard, you're soft. Exactly. Aaron, why don't you ever play hardcore? That's what streamers do. Is it? That's the realest thing I've ever heard, Raven. Don't placate to Raven. Don't do that. Don't do that. Aaron's a big softy. Okay, I'll accept that. I'll accept that. Can we just say chiseled softy? Let's just say chiseled softy. I think that's... All right, we'll go dad bod. I guess that's softy. All right, fine, I'm a softy. That's fine. I accept the label. I accept it. No way Aaron has a dad bod? You don't think so? Is there a way to farm belts? I need fire over. There's no way to farm specific belts. It took me almost 60 to get my ferocity wolves. You just need to keep rolling dungeons until you get the one you want. Really easy way to get belts is just keep running the underground enclave. You get 3. And it's quick and fast and easy to make the key for it. Obviously, Catacombs gives you belts. Gravedigger gives you belts. You get a lot of belts. I'm not wolves. I'm running ferocity bats. I'm running birds. Well, kind of. It's a flying creature, you know. Raven. They got wings. Raven. But am I allowed to use bats? Get out of there. Another beetle. Another beetle. Yeah, another. I got 3 gold beetles. Bugs. Everyone, keep me on time with Zizarin's interview. Holy moly, that was a really, really good run if we could close this out. 3 gold beetles. And we've got 1,000 essence. What is that one? An emerald one? Is that the one where you get to pick your reward? Jeez. Drythus is being mean. He's not dropping his mount. Trying to get the Drythus, huh? Just focus. You'll get it. This is going to be a close one when it comes to finishing on time. 2 minutes. Literally exactly what we wanted. Bridge scrolls. POE 2 successfully purchased on gift card. Nice. All right, Tear Master. 90 seconds. Life is flying down. It's good. Damn, we got so many bridge scrolls. Half-life. One minute. Freaking awesome run. More belts.
Ready.
Malls.
Upgrade completed.
Extra catacombs key for today. Cab scrolls, and we can get our frickin' bridge key. Not that we're ready for the bridge. Pretty cool. All right, nice. Okay, how's everyone doing? Wait, there's wolves? Yes. Aaron's a big softy. We have a clip of Aaron's offhand skills. Yeah, here's my build. There it is. It's in the chat. The only difference is instead of luck, I'm using wisdom. We're much more wisdomous. Nocturnal birds. Yeah, they count. Our bat's a new skill I haven't played in a while. Ferocity wolves have a new modifier that turn them into ferocity bats. So it's a mod for wolves. Do bats beat Aaron at his own game? Oh, brother. What happens if you don't finish in time? Nothing. You just start over. You don't get the reward at the end. I made a green chili sharp cheddar sourdough this weekend. So good, wifey would be proud. I bet she would be. Kiko wants to go bow. That's a good idea. I don't want a piece of, I want the whole thing. Instead of luck, he uses cheats. I don't use luck, I use wisdomus. Duh. Aaron, next season, no bats for you. That's fine. They'll have some other cool modifier that I'll take advantage of. I hope. Let me just queue up Mr. Zizarin. Getting ready for Jonathan's interview. Right, that is queued up. Sweet. Technically, man, it would be awesome if we could beat a 100. We're just like not even close. Let's just keep working on getting our scrolls. Do you have a joinable guild in DR? I do. I do. If you remind me in a little bit, I'll get you an invite to the fellowship. All right, so right now we're just kind of grinding some dailies and working on getting bridge scrolls so we can make that key. Wonder if they've done anything for that fight or if it's the same. Normally you would go to the bridge and fight after you've completed Rupture 115. So we are not ready for the bridge fight, but that'll be cool that we have a key ready to go. Where's Stonks at today?
Make your way to my arena and face my minion.
Come on, give us bridge scrolls. Ugh. Beams everywhere. An egg. Just wasted the dragon run. Dragon run's where you can get your weapon modifier, sir. What are you doing? Granted, I have not gotten a weapon worthy of putting a modifier yet. Excellent. Oh, brother. There. Bridge scrolls. $60, $21, $7, $13, and $7. We need 2 more. All right, a couple minutes left on this run. Again, we're gonna pause DR for just a little bit. Check out the interview with Zizarin and Jonathan Rogers on POE 2. Because we're pretty cool, we're pretty hip, we're kind of, you know, in that reaction content now. What's Aaron's highest record in a day? Well, I don't know, but I could tell you I hit 98 after 2 days. It's going to be another close call. We got a gold beetle. We have to stay and kill it.
My destiny.
2 minutes. Oh, the Den Mother. There's a Den Mother in D4 too. Jeez. Plenty of time to spare. Come on. Damn. 0 for 5. Wow, Dwarven Realms looks so better now. Glad to see it. Feels good, man. Oh, it's so much better from a VFX perspective. They have made huge strides. Huge. And there it is. Craft. Booyah. We've got a bridge key. And we've got an Underrealm key. Have they done anything to the freaking Shadow Forge yet? Aaron is insulting again. D4. What? You gotta pay the troll toll. And POE, how many free stash tabs do you get? I don't know. Oh, hey. Mage, what's your account name? When you hit escape, you'll see it right over here. You can just copy it and put it in chat. What is your account name? I'll get you an invite. Who needs an invite? Put it in chat, YouTube or Twitch. To the fellowship. Exatheus already invited me. Awesome. See, I didn't forget either. Yes. Yes. What was Aaron's highest record in a day? Ellie is dead content, huh? Gotta branch off. What? Who's talking about Ellie? Thanks for remembering. Yes. Has he changed games yet? I know Crossout is lacking. Rob said your DR guild is weak sauce. Did Rob call it Diablo-like? Can you send it again? I died, of course. We will be switching games, Mr. Tech, to Path of Exile 2. We are going to watch Zizarin's interview with Jonathan Rogers so that we can be well informed for the Town Portal podcast this Wednesday. Me and Frosty LaRue are back with Town Portal. Darth, microtransaction, will be hanging out with us. Should be a lot of fun. Burn, well done, sir. Very welcome. Can you send me the invite, please? Beach, what's your name? Darth is entering the Town Portal. It's going to be a lot of fun. Should be fun. Beach. DXD. Sent. Aaron is a failed Diablo-like, so he plays real Diablo-like to feel good. Failed Diablo-like. How many in the guild now? A bunch. Does it say a number? I don't know. I don't want to count them. Aaron, wow, I'm very disappointed in you that you're actually playing a game and not doing what everyone else is doing, reacting to reaction videos for POE. Oh man, we've been talking about this a lot. That, a bunch of people are like, oh, I can't believe you're actually playing video games. And I'm like, what? Why does everybody keep saying that? And it's because I guess no one's playing video games. They're all just waiting for Friday. Let's go to the Under Realm. No more day drinking for you. I know, most of the time now when Raven says something, I don't even know what the hell he's saying. Double XP event. Let's do it. I'm waiting for Monday. But maybe I'm the only realist. Oh, you're saying as far as servers, you think it's just going to be destroyed? Listen. We have POE 2 on Friday. POE 2 dies. We can play something else. Maybe Last Epoch will still do their stream so we can watch the dev stream. No, don't die. This is a double XP event we're in. Take that. Imagine Mike playing POE 2 on the dev stream. Okay, follow me down this for a second. Senior developer, co-founder of EHG. You log on to the Last Epoch dev stream on Friday, and he is playing POE 2 and discussing the differences of POE 2 versus LE and talking about what they're doing and the plans that they have for Season 2 of Last Epoch. Is that like a huge respect moment? Is that a huge W? Or is that a like, WTF, what are you thinking? What do you guys think? You would die laughing. You think it's a no way? Like, what are you doing? You're an LE Andy. Oh, brother. Freaking Darth. You take it as a sign of respect. Hey, Tech, have you messed with this area yet? The Underrealm. On everyone, I'll catch up in chat in 1 second. Ooh, a gold one. We like a gold one. We're gonna die. Ooh, it's an emerald one. Oh no, it's not an emerald one. It looks like an emerald one.
The statues stir with your essence. Enter the arena and face my
He would need to do it on his own channel. Crap, we're out of potions. Oh. All right, go to the boss. It's my mount. We're on the same team. Giveaway to you now. You need the POE 2 key. Is that what you're saying? All right, everybody. I got Zizarin stream up. So again, we'll check out the Jonathan Rogers interview live there. It's not rigged. They all could be playing Crossout, just saying, I'm waiting for Monday. They'd have to know Crossout exists first. Everyone is stun-locked, waiting for POE 2. Aaron is one of my favorite streamers and creators. Thank you, sir. Nuclear meltdown on Friday is my prediction. We all know POE 2 servers are going to be on fire. The $30 entry is very small for most. We'll have huge numbers. I agree. Bought POE stuff, POE 1 stuff back in the day before they said EA through the supporter packs. Now poor. I would die laughing. No way. You're an Ellie, Andy, so tough to see you not watching Mike. WTF, what are you thinking for sure? I would think it'd be a sign of respect, but what do I know? Hard to say. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I'd probably watch it. Time to beat Aaron at Mage. Good luck, my friend. I think it's cool when devs mention other games, but I don't think LE is in a position where they would want to use their platform to openly advertise for POE 2. I agree. I have keys for it, but only hit 90 yesterday. Wait a second. Oh, for the Underrealm, you hit 90. Chat would be like, wow, you really improved the game so much in this season too. I think it's an empty discussion. If one game is whatever genre can stop development of all the competition because it's good, then what is the point? In short, I would salute him for doing that on the stream. Need to figure out my damage better. If he does that, it just means he really loves ARPGs. Be like a modern band. Couldn't mention Metallica as an influence during an interview. This is art. Everything is stolen and borrowed. Can we react to the React video? That's everybody's favorite. 12-year-old Aaron took a key for himself. I did not. I'm not always mean. If you feed me, I'm nice. I see. What if they feed you after midnight? You know what happens. Who let the child take over stream? What's up, Phoenix? Wife said, Aaron, it's time. I said, are you sure? She said, yeah, I'm sure. I said, okay. Gonzo. Oh, it is 3 for this. I need to get this picture next to my name. I didn't waste all my freaking tablets yesterday. Well, one of the mods, please time out Sith Lord. Or you can't time out Solo Cup. To be fair, the Napster thing was stupid, right? Aaron, the tweet comparison was epic. I know. I'm feeding you how you transform into a gremlin, correct. So classy of GGG, and then there's Rod. I know. That's a confusing rule. Everything is after midnight. Have you seen the Gremlins pitch? Where it's like, so if you feed them after midnight, like what part of the world? It's very, yeah, when you think about it, it's like, wait a second. That's crazy. Is Zizarin grabbing him right now? I actually love Gremlins. Great movie. I agree. Aaron is so much controlled by his wife. Correct. OMG, I just noticed Aaron shaved. What did Trevor say? Aaron, I'm so proud. You're still standing. If this is grabbing anyone, I do not talk. Thanks, Trevor. Might be time to sit down. You guys want to hear something crazy? Path of Exile 2 right now has 35,000 viewers. On Twitch, 35,000 people are watching Path of Exile 2. Uh,
Let's see. Let me just do a quick audio check. How does he sound compared to me, chat? Loud. Okay, I'll
Testing, 1, 2, 3. A bit loud, okay.
Okay, I put it down to 75%. How's that?
Testing, 1, 2, 3. I'm Jonathan Rogers. Hello? Is that all right? Hopefully we're okay.
Too low. Okay. Let's try. Okay, I'm going to try... 1 sec. Okay, try that. 85.
All right. Hopefully that's a lot better. Sounding okay? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, perfect. Excellent.
Right.
And I just need to quickly set up our cameras and we are good to go.
Oh.
How are you doing?
Well, as I said, just okay, but just, got back from Korea, still a little bit tired. They,
Everyone, before you all start saying stuff, it was requested that I watch this live. This isn't reaction of reaction of reaction content. This is a live interview. Zizarin and Jonathan Rogers talking POE 2. So we'll watch it and see if there's any value here. Okay? Relax.
thing basically.
Yeah.
So, But oh well, that's how it is.
It's crazy how many I've done now. Let's see, almost ready. Let's see. There. I think we are potentially good.
Wow. Perfect camera placement. Sorry, for me.
All right.
I think we're good. So I do want to
Awesome.
apologize real quick. I'm a little bit sick, so I might be coughing a little bit, and
That's okay.
Yeah.
Are we coughing as well?
yeah, I'll try not to
Because
cough on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, awesome. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome everybody. I am joined here today by Jonathan Rogers, director on Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for being here.
No problem. I mean, it's always good to talk to you. We've done a number of these interviews, and I honestly, I'm always happy just to just talk to whoever's got good questions for me. Honestly.
Yeah, I've tried to do just that. So I've sent Jonathan some of the questions ahead of time just so he could prepare. We could have a little bit less dev check. And yeah, I've tried really hard to not have any repeat questions except for a few that I really want to push back a little bit on and talk a little bit about.
Sure.
But yeah, it was honestly it's been so many things that's been changing. So while like making questions with chat, it's been a little bit like, have they answered this? So like it's yeah, but very excited for this. So I want to start with an interesting question for me personally, because POE 2 is so different than POE 1. And I don't know how familiar you are with World of Warcraft, but a big event there for me was the Gates of Ahn'Qiraj opening with like basically the server coming together and working on something and that affecting like a little bit of the future outcome. So have you ever thought of doing a league like that where the future of the league or how it goes core depends on how us as players perform during the league? As a quick example, like maybe we lose the war towards Breach or we win the war and that like changes the future league.
It's something interesting. I feel like we did something like this before, but I'm trying to remember which thing it was. Wasn't it like...
I kind of like that I could just sit back and relax here. This is nice.
This, but maybe it was like really not obvious. Like it's actually the kind of thing I am interested in doing. We just haven't really kind of ended up with a league design that kind of wanted to do it, because you have to be really careful with that stuff that you don't like. It can be frustrating for players just because okay, probably not the thing you're referring to, because that's the whole like coming together and actually like towards a single goal over the long term. But we've had a few mechanics where playing the league affected before, and I think Tempest was one of them where like, I think it was that one, where the more people who farmed something, after a certain number of people had farmed it, it actually, the mechanic moved us to another location.
Oh, that's cool too.
And yeah, so that was kind of interesting, but like, I think that we sort of decided for that particular case that we weren't like that happy with it, because I kind of had this thing of like, the idea of unfairness of like, oh, you have to like, someone says like, oh, this happened in the middle of the night, you need to wake up and do this, and so we kind of weren't happy with that. But I mean, the thing you were saying there about the gates, I mean, like that's pretty cool. I just like, I guess you have to be prepared for like both outcomes and then exactly what you're going to do in both cases. Like it needs to actually feel like it had a meaningful impact.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be the follow-up league. Like it could be something that you do half a year later or something. Like say you say that we have to kill like 6 billion monsters, and if we don't, like the league will be different.
Right.
But yeah,
I guess I'm also kind of into the idea, although maybe people aren't, of like you create like a thing that once you've achieved it, unlock something for all players. Like that kind of stuff could be potentially fun. So I mean, there's stuff you could do there, but I don't have any plans for it in particular. Like I haven't actually thought too much about this kind of stuff, but yeah, like I don't know, it's kind of interesting. I'll keep it in mind when we're doing the next league design for sure.
Nice, cool. So I have a few questions about stash tabs. The first one is for things that don't have a POE 2 equivalent, like let's say Blight, right? Are we just not getting a tab at all, or are we going to instead get like a regular premium tab or something like that?
Yeah, so currently you don't get anything, and basically that's because we still want to be able to potentially add that content later, and then at that point that tab will be, for that league. So if we gave you something now, then we'd have to like, I guess, read only the other. If we gave you a bonus tab now, we'd have to like give you a read only one or something like that. And effectively, the main thing is that we're trying to just make it so that where it makes sense, the thing you bought before will work. Yeah, I think that for the particular one you mentioned there.
Yeah.
I suspect that in the future there'll be a time when that will work again, and so you're kind of going to be good in that regard.
Okay.
But I guess it might be like it is worth bringing up though that if we get to the point of like literally we're never going to use this ever in PoE 2, I suppose we could consider like having a replacement tab or something like that. But at least for the time being, like we still intend that a lot of that stuff still gets used anyway.
That makes sense. Now the next question is also about stash tabs, and I remember at some point there was a big discussion about consolidating normal tabs and letting people make quad tabs. Now, if I recall correctly, the reason this didn't go through is there was a big issue with like database problems because we already have stuff in remove only tabs, right? PoE 2 doesn't have this issue. Is there a chance that we can, like, for example, there's quite a lot of people like me that have 100 normal stash tabs and would like to merge 4 at a time into a quad stash tab. Is that something that could be an option now with PoE 2?
Let me think about that. So it's certainly not something that we've done. I suppose we could potentially do that. I have to say that I'm personally not a huge fan of the quad tab overall, just because, like, I understand the like gameplay utility of it, but it's just, I don't know. There's something about it that sucks a little bit to me, of just about the way that it just. You don't really, I feel like you don't appreciate the items the same way. Now, admittedly, if you're just playing the game and you're like, you know, like you don't care about this at all, right? Like I understand that you don't, and so it's fine. We've got that option. But yeah, it's just one of those things that I've kind of never really loved about it. Like it kind of makes the items just look a bit lame, but you know, whatever. As I said, I understand that in practice, like for a game.
Very professional, but don't use that emote. Come on, White Tiger.
We haven't done this. I guess we theoretically might be able to do that, but yeah, as I said, it's just not something we've done.
Yeah, I'm a very big fan of the quad tabs, and I actually, it's funny you brought up Tempest. That's actually where I ended up buying 100 normal tabs, because the Radiating Tempest and the 20 XLs, I was like, and I was new at the time, and you know, when you're new to the game, you don't want to get rid of everything, so. The next question is, we've seen on the PoE health bar that there are numbers now, right? So we have basically damage numbers in the game. So I wanted to bring up, have you thought about letting us have a literal target dummy?
Okay, so we've thought about this for sure. The concern that came up the moment we discussed the target dummy is, okay, what resistances does it have? What, like, you know, like what like all this kind of stuff. Like basically there'd have to be state for like how much armor does it have, how much evasion does it have, like all these things. And so then we started getting into, okay, like you'd have to have some way to set these values, right? You'd have to be able to be like, okay, I'm going to set up a target dummy with this particular amount of armor or whatever to simulate whatever boss it was. And then we're kind of like, okay, should we then have a thing where you can like select like, okay, here's a boss that it's going to be equivalent to, and then like that would be how we could to do stuff like this. And then we're kind of like, well, hang on, at some point you've just got the actual boss itself, you might as well just use that. And then we're kind of like, well, like maybe the target dummy kind of then is like not kind of like it starts to lose its utility then, you know. So the whole chain of reasoning kind of came from all of that stuff. Like I do understand like where you're coming from though, if you're saying that's not good enough. But,
I think you're
like,
overcomplicating it a little.
Yeah. Right. So you reckon target dummy with no stats, so then you're good?
Literally a target dummy with no stats. Like, and like, if you really, like, if you don't want to overcomplicate it, you could even have 2, right? One that's the equivalent of, like, let's say Shaper, right? Or literally just like one boss and one normal monster. But even if all you give us is a target dummy with no resistances and no nothing, that is like already a lot better, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, I'm definitely like I'm actually kind of like probably fine with this, but like as I said, the main concern was that. So it's funny because like anytime you're discussing a feature like this, there's always all the questions of like, okay, so then what are people going to immediately ask for the moment we add this? And so that's how we end up down the path of like, oh, it's like going to require this or this or this or this, and then all these things. And then that suddenly the feature is killed because of like the feeling of overcomplexity. So I guess that's just sort of explain like how that sort of stuff occurs. But yeah, I mean, look, if you're saying it's fine with no. Like with no stats.
Seems like a no-brainer. It just popped into my head. PoE doesn't have a training dummy. I don't know if I like that.
I'm just out of interest. So to hear the case for people who don't want it, like what do you think is really the behind that? Because I mean I've heard this argument from some GG people before, but as far as people in the community, like what do you reckon is the reason for like no target dummies?
Let's see. I'm seeing so many people say I do want it. Someone said, we have POB, don't need dummy. It would feel too competitive.
That's very silly to say, well, we have this third-party website we can go to. We don't need a training dummy in-game. Oh, I hate that so much.
The numbers wouldn't be misleading, right?
Yeah.
So then that's the argument, therefore, and then that exact thing there is like, oh, well, that's why you have to have, that's why you have to have the ability to simulate it to a given actual enemy.
Some
Hey, Aaron, your guides got me into LE. Are you going to be doing the same guide format with PoE 2? Yes, I've built an entire team behind me. We are all going to be maining Witch, and we are going to try and recreate some of that necro action in PoE 2. Yep, we're already working on it.
I'm talking a little bit about pausing and logging out as well.
Yeah. So basically, so you can't portal out of a boss fight. This was something that we tried for a while to make it so that you could portal out of boss fights, but with timers and stuff like that. But eventually, we're just kind of like, you know what? Why are we even trying to do this? Let's just completely ban it, and then that way we don't have to worry about like all the potential kind of like rules and weird stuff about like, oh, you stand at this location, the boss can't hit you, like random stuff like that. Like it just effectively removed a lot of potential exploits. And I think that probably was just a straight up improvement. There's been actually a few other changes we've made. Like this is something probably people will never notice, but you can no longer swap your gear in the middle of a boss fight either. That's been now disallowed too. And like a few other things like this. Like these are just things that like once again people probably won't normally run into if they're not trying to do some kind of exploit, but effectively, like we just want to make sure that like when you're actually in for a boss fight, you actually have like a proper experience. Like you have to actually overcome the boss without some kind of weirder forms of cheese that you might otherwise try to do.
So what happens if, let's say that a hardcore player goes in, they get 60% through the fight, and they realize they can't do this? What happens if they log out and wait until the next day?
So you can always log out, like resurrect a checkpoint effectively, or like log out and just wait for time. So like it's possible to get out of a boss fight, right? Like you're not locked into that forever. So that being the case, like effectively, like if you know that you can't do it, you can get out. And this is sort of an interesting question because I know there are people who are kind of be like, oh, it would be nice if like once you've decided to do something, you're kind of committed to that action. But I just think that we probably didn't want to really go down that path because it would mean that like I feel like that would kind of probably feel a bit bad, I think.
Okay,
and like so the concern then
so just so I'm understanding, so from the first thing you said, I was under the impression that if I go into a boss fight, let's say I'm going to fight the Shaper, right? Either the Shaper dies or I die, but then that's not the case.
No, that's not the case. So you can actually like you can bail. That is the case. You can't portal, but you can choose to restart at checkpoint or like log out to back. Like if you log out. Okay, so if you just Alt F4, right, what'll happen is when you log back in, you'll be in exactly the same place you were, which is like, but that's more, that the feature there is more about like trying to make sure that you don't like lose your place when you're just playing, right, and you disconnect for a reason. But if you want to choose to leave the fight, you can decide to do that. Like that is okay. And just another thing with that, by the way, is like I believe that the feature where if you lag, that the game gets paused. I believe that did get done, which means that even if you just have like
nothing on loot
lag,
filters yet,
the actual server will pause.
But they will be in the game.
So then, regardless of whether you get disconnected or not, you're not going to die during the middle of an internet lag spike. And I believe that it might be like 100 milliseconds or something like that. Is like basically if your client's not responding for that amount of time, then effectively the whole instance just pauses and like we'll just wait until you're good before we keep going again. So that's how that works basically. But yes, you can leave.
Yeah. So could you walk me through the difference real quick? So will I have to log out and wait 15 minutes, or will it be hitting escape and then clicking like leave fight?
Phoenix,
yeah, so if
check
you hit escape,
Discord.
there's a button there called respawn at checkpoint, and effectively that will just mean that you can, at any time you can choose to do that. Now, obviously the concern with that, like, and we've actually discussed this quite a lot internally about like, should that be okay? Because there was like a whole discussion with this of like, the fact that there's just a button you can do to press this kind of like would mean that like, oh, it's like even if you see like a slam coming, you'd be able to like push escape and just like push that button before it arrives. And that is the case. But the thing is, if we required you to log out and wait 15 minutes, that would kind of be lame too. Like, I don't really want to like, and the counter argument to that one was like, oh, but like that's at least more friction to actually doing this. And it's like, well, yeah, but then do you really want the strategy to be that you have to log out and wait 15 minutes? Like, it's just kind of lame. So in the end, we kind of decided to do the more, I guess what I would call player friendly thing of just like, you know, that option is there for you. You can leave if you want. So effectively, yeah, in some sense, I suppose you could say that that's kind of equivalent to the Alt F4 you could do in POE 1. But you know, it's that's kind of where we ended up anyway.
So just to confirm, this does not kill you on hardcore, right? Oh, I lost audio.
Wait, no, it doesn't. Oh, sorry, yeah, it doesn't.
Okay.
But let me just think about this because I feel like I'm just getting a memory suddenly of us talking about that as well.
Yeah,
I'm
so
pretty sure that that's I'm pretty sure that that's fine.
Yeah,
But
'cause,
I feel like I remember.
the concern I would have there of why that would be a bad thing, and I know a lot of people are against logout macro,
Right.
and I actually thought it would be something like a 2-second portal you'd have to cast, and then it would fully
Right.
reset the fight, and you have to go again.
Right.
The reason personally I'm not a big fan of like having to commit is that you end up over farming so hard to the point
Right.
where you go in and you know there's a 0% chance of you dying, right?
Right.
Like as if
Right.
normal shaper for now. Whereas like if you can die, it's a lot more fun being able to go in before you're ready. So that's
Right.
awesome. I'm very very happy with that answer.
I will mention, by the way, that there is a
He did
a
stun
very
lock
old,
him.
league flag. I don't know if it's exposed on the private league interface. It probably isn't, honestly. But there's a very old league flag that actually does enable a timer when you disconnect before you actually get disconnected. So if we wanted to run a league that had that functionality of where like you have to commit to everything when you do it, like because you'll stay in game, we actually could turn on a flag that would allow that. So I don't know if you ever want to run a gauntlet like that sometime, where you actually have to you have to commit.
Aaron, are you going to do group play on league start? Not at the very beginning, but once I get my bearings, yeah, we'll group up.
Right.
A quick question as well. In POE 1, we have the 6-second disconnect timer. Is that
Yep.
accounted for with the 100 millisecond lag thing you talked about?
Okay, so effectively the 6-second disconnect timer is still like that is just like after 6 seconds of like you not being in game, then we just terminate the socket and you're gone. But because of the 100 millisecond pause thing existing now, effectively the 6-second thing doesn't like really matter anymore, because it's only important for, like because the instance is frozen anyway. So all that's doing is just making it so that like look, at some point we have to give up on the fact that you're not going to actually be able to come back again. In theory, we could actually increase that time now, because like there's really no downside to it being that long, or even longer, so that would give longer for the internet to recover. But I mean, I guess we just haven't kind of done one thing or the other. But the main thing that's going to matter to you really is just the fact that after 100 milliseconds instances paused, you're not going to die, and how long it takes before we like actually time your whole connection out is kind of not really as relevant anymore.
Awesome. That's super cool. I can't remember in whose interview you were talking about it, but you expressed some interest in racing again and saying that that's something you considered revisiting now. But obviously you were cognizant of the fact that it's not necessarily what's going to like bring people back or bring revenue to the company, right? And you are a company. So I wanted to suggest, have you thought about having a specific like battle pass maybe, or even one singular item for racing, and telling people, look, if there's interest, we'll bring back things like Descent,
Do we do
etc.,
as a
based
pause?
on
Yes.
how much it sells for. Then like the racing community can literally contribute as much or as little and as there is interest.
I think that's pretty interesting. I actually did have another idea like a long time ago, which I don't know. Like this is a different idea, but we'll just see. I'm just going to see what you think about it, because we never actually did this, but it was the thing that I was interested in, and that was the idea of like effectively like pay to enter races, where it would be like, you know, like some number of cents to enter a race, and then you effectively, I mean, it's sort of similar to the thing that you were talking about there, I guess, except that instead of being for a whole season, it was just like individual races. And that was kind of an interesting idea that I was thinking that maybe people would be interested in, but I wasn't quite sure whether the community would like that or not. Like it kind of wasn't clear to me. And so we're thinking like,
that is awesome.
Like 5 points to enter a race, and then because of the fact that the rewards. So then effectively the rewards of the race would have to be like cosmetics, right? Because obviously we can't give you rewards in the form of anything that would be player power, given that you need to pay MTX currency to enter. But effectively the original race rewards were alt art uniques anyway, and like effectively if we remove the actual part where you get the actual unique out of it, in theory we could do like skins and stuff like that as part of the rewards. So we kind of discussed that, but I wasn't like whether I was just like very uncertain about whether the community would like hate this. So I'm kind of curious to hear your idea about what you think about it. I mean, the battle pass is similar, except that it's more of a like one-time purchase for a whole season, I assume.
Yeah, it's also I was thinking more of like even if it starts out with like a cloak that you buy that isn't like this wouldn't depend on you being able to play or not. This is like if you want to see more of this in the future. I'm more of a fan of free entry and then having a way for
Right.
people to support and just being open with like, if,
Right,
if
right,
this
right,
is
right.
something you guys are interested in, this is how you can show that you're interested in it. If not,
Right. Well, the battle thing is sort of interesting because it already kind of is similar to how the racing structure was anyway. Where you get points, and then like at certain thresholds, you get, you get cosmetic.
Yeah.
So it actually probably does match more into it. I just mentioned the other one because it's something I thought of ages ago. Thought it would be interesting to see. But that is an interesting idea. Like the racing battle, it's actually a pretty cool idea. Like I'm interested in this for sure.
Cool.
The main issue really with that is just that the amount of bandwidth we have for making microtransactions, which is what we need to make for this, is honestly surprisingly low. Like it's so ridiculous in some ways that like for a company that makes money from cosmetics that we don't have more people just working on that stuff.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
We effectively need more people to be able to create more stuff like that, and it's like to already get more people for making existing cosmetics. So I guess, if we had infinite resources to make that stuff, I would absolutely do something like that. I think that's pretty interesting. So it's just a question of where we get the time.
Yeah, that's fair. Awesome. It's just I'm such a big fan of racing, and I know a lot of people are, so
Right.
wanted to bring that up.
It is cool.
I have a question from a community member in full caps lock.
Sweet.
How do
Always the best way.
character names work? Is it the same as POE 1, or is it #1254 where multiple people can be the same name? So obviously, like our accounts are hashtag now. Are our names still unique?
So we decided to just keep the names the same way they worked before in POE 1, for now at least. And the reason why is because, so with account names, you never really have to refer to account names very much while actually typing.
Yeah.
So that we wouldn't have had to worry about all the concerns that come around having to like know people's discriminators and having to worry about all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
With character names, there's a few other details. So one of them is that they expire. So you don't have the problem where the space just exists. I assume you knew that about character name expiration. Because
I thought that was just done in waves.
it's not done on wave. So effectively, 1 year after the character name after the character has not been logged into, it goes into a pool of names that someone else could create if they want to, and if they then do that, then the name gets expired for you. So effectively, over time, names will free up again. So that's the way that works. It's actually just as I said, it's just as soon as you haven't logged into a character for a year, that's when
A character or the account?
The character.
Wow. Okay.
So I believe that's how it. At least I think so.
That's pretty
It's been a
smart.
little while since
I actually
thought
like
about
that a
this,
lot.
But, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the way that one works. And so because of that, characters don't have quite exactly the same problem as account names do. And as I said, the character names will be more annoying because that's kind of how that's kind of how you refer to people within with the league. So we kind of decided to do that. That being said, if it became like a real problem, I'm open to the idea of doing the whole discriminator on character name thing. It's just that it would mean that you'd have to then have a situation where it's like whenever you're doing a whisper, you'd have to know, because you have to have autocomplete for this, right? You can't have discriminate autocomplete, and then that means you have to have the whole thing of okay, are they in your friends list, are they in the guild, are they in your party, have they talked in chat recently, have they whispered you recently, all of that stuff would have to go in the pool of things that you autocomplete for. And I mean, look, it's like how Discord used to be, right, when it had stuff. So there's basically just a bunch of work that you'd have to do there. And I mean, we could do that stuff if we felt like we needed to, but we're going to try without for the time being.
Cool.
And see how that goes, and if it's like a real problem, then we can always change it.
There are some audio issues, by the way. I don't know if the mic's too far away or something, but you're cutting out a little bit.
I'll try that. Hopefully that. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what to do about it.
It's not too bad. It's just a lot of people are commenting on it.
Fair enough.
Awesome. So another question with that are, for example, I have the name Zizarin right now in POE 1.
Mm-hmm.
Will I have that in POE 2, or is it fresh start from everyone, and there will be a character in POE 1 and a character in POE 2?
Yeah, so the characters are separated in POE 1 and 2. The databases are just completely independent. So you'll have to race to get that one, I guess.
All right, I'm not getting that one. Cool. So, a few other questions about runes.
What's up, Flenser? Good morning.
So, runes, they're obviously replacing the crafting bench. And
sure, yep.
In a way. And can you override them? Can I put in a new one over it if I want to change later?
You can't. So that's something that I guess we could potentially do though. Like, I don't think I'm against it. I'd actually have to talk to Rishi and Mark about whether or not we'd want to allow that. But currently, you can't at least.
So yeah, I'm very curious about this because, from my understanding, one of the main reasons that you wanted to remove sockets from gear was that you really
Rip
wanted to
streamer
have this new
names,
thing
yeah,
where
gone.
you find
I
a
know.
gear upgrade, you don't need to sync it, you don't need to like get it exactly how you need it to be, you can just equip it. But I feel like I actually love the concept of runes, but I feel like a little bit about how they systematically work sort of ends up canceling this, right? Where I will not be able to actually pick up an item and, wow, this is an upgrade. I will have to fix my runes. Maybe I have to farm them.
I see what you mean, but I don't think it's the same because the thing with so a couple of things with this. One of them is that when we're talking about the whole like picking up an item and having to change stuff, what that was mostly around is the idea that okay, like socket colors and so on, right? Like it meant that you had to change like. Either you have to chromatic stuff until the point where like you've actually got exactly what you had before, or you have which is like definitely way more annoying than having to just use a couple of currency items on your on your item, right? Like chromaticking to get to the right state like could be like very difficult. But or the other thing you might have to do is to just rearrange everything in your character and like, oh, this goes here, that goes there. Like I use different supports or something like that, right? So to me, that was like a much more arduous process than what this is, because effectively you're going to have the currency that allows you to add sockets to items. It's not hard to get that currency. Like in the early game, it's a little bit more restricted, but effectively you're definitely going to buy. As you go through the game, you're going to have that currency in abundance, I would say. So I don't think it's like necessarily a problem like doing that. But sorry, I felt like you were about to say something there.
Yeah, so especially with resistances and stuff, I'm still a little bit worried about this because you don't have the ability to change that later.
So effectively, in terms of fixing resistances, the sockets are more of a thing that you would be worried about early game for those kinds of stats. When I say early game, I kind of mean like during the campaign, right? Because during the campaign, you're like, okay, I've got low on this resistance. I want to get another one of those. To me, at least, I've found that it's kind of not something that I'm too worried about overall, like as I'm changing items going up, because as you're going through the campaign, you're finding new base types, you're getting new things, you're kind of constantly upgrading. And it kind of hasn't really ended up being a thing where I'm worried about that. If you equip a new item and you're like, I lack this resistance, generally speaking, I'll like, oh, okay, well, I'll add another socket or two to this, and then I'll get the resistance rune out of my stash and use that. So it's kind of ended up being a thing where like just fixing that resistance tends to be a problem that you do after deciding to upgrade it anyway. So that's kind of been okay. And it's worth mentioning that with the runes, because they're kind of like, so at early game, they're more powerful than they are at late game because the values, there's only one value of each for each type.
Yeah.
So that means is that like early game, the resistances you're getting from one of these resistance runes is like extremely huge relative to the other resistance sources you would get. But as you get later into the game, the runes are less effective at solving that problem because the numbers are not stacking up compared to the mods you could get. And so as you get towards the later game, the things that you're going to be wanting to be socketing are more of the soul cores, which have the like different mods that aren't kind of designed to fix those early game problems. And also your character has more mods overall and is generally kind of like more in a good place. So it really is like in terms of like fixing
they're not, Kaiser.
It's more of a like, first sort of 30-40 levels kind of type deal rather than after that, if you know what I mean. So I think for the purpose they work really, really well. As for changing them, I suppose we could allow it. I don't actually see a reason why we couldn't do that, although as I said, I haven't talked to Mark and Rishi about it. But I guess the feeling here is that because you got to choose it, it's not quite the same as feeling like you need to be able to remove a mod that you would have from one of the random sources where we have like some random ways to get rid of it. So that was kind of the reason why we're thinking that it can go the way that it has. But as I said, I don't think there's necessarily a downside to allowing you to replace it. So maybe that is fine. I just haven't thought all the
I don't like unique character names at all,
I mean,
especially
for
in
example,
today's
like I
world where
normally play
database.
SSF. Well, I actually have been playing a little bit more trade
more
lately, and
flexible.
especially for trade, right? You could see like a perfect item you want to buy of somebody, but they've like got these like garbage runes in it. So I could see that being an issue as well. It's definitely like I'm trying to go into POE too with the approach like, well, I haven't played it enough. I'll see how it is. But that is definitely something I'm very worried about, and hopefully something you'd be open to feedback with when we actually try it.
Right. I mean, I'm definitely always open to the feedback of that.
Yeah.
But as I said, I think from actually trying it myself, that hasn't been a problem I've run into particularly. But, I guess we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. That's fair. How rare are like how rare are the rarest runes, basically?
So the runes themselves are not particularly rare. You get them fairly often. Like, I mean, you'll get, in Act 1, you'll find 4 or 5 of them probably, and then it only increases from there as you get more monster density and so on. So like you're finding them, and generally speaking, like if you're in Act 2, like maybe there'll be a rune that you want that you don't have, but then by the time you're in Act 3, I would say you probably have the runes that you need. Like they're generally available. It's really the soul cores that are the ones that are like it's actually a struggle to find the ones you need of these, like because that's where the kind of the higher level gameplay is.
Right. And would you say there are soul cores that are at the rarity of like Eternal Orb, Divine Orb, like that type of stuff?
I don't know the actual numbers, but I would definitely think so. Like, there's definitely there are definitely hard to find ones for sure.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Next up, how does like stacking ailment works for like stacking multiple of the same?
Right. So effectively, so in general, ailments don't stack, right? In order to get the ability to stack them, there has to be some kind of mechanic you're getting.
Yep.
Usually that mechanic will have some kind of like that mechanic may have some kind of explanation for like any specific details you have to be aware of. But I guess the main thing to understand is that if you're doing something like stacking poison, the way that works is that all of the poisons that you do will always be on the monster.
Yeah.
And they're all running. But if you've got the ability to stack 2 poisons, then whatever the 2 largest poisons that you currently have that are on there, those will be the active ones. And then when one of those falls off, then the next largest will take its place effectively. So that kind of means that like that's kind of, I believe, sort of generally how like buffs work in POE, where you've got like if you can have multiple buffs on a thing, but only one of them is active at a time. So in the case where you're allowed to have more than one, it's just effectively whatever the highest N buffs are that are on the character, that's the ones that you get effectively.
Cool. Well, that's good.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's anything else you want to know about that, but
no, not that I can think of. I think that answers that. That's really good.
Sure, fair enough.
Another question from the community: does mana and elemental leech exist?
So mana leech is a thing, but only for attacks.
Yeah.
And elemental leech, I believe, is a thing. There are probably, I believe there are probably like various mechanics around that will give you elemental leech. It's definitely going to be a lot harder. But what we're trying to avoid is mana leech for spells. Because that can kind of like defeat a lot of mechanics and so on. So effectively, that's the main thing. Everything else is fair game, but we just have to, like it just depends on where it comes from. So yeah, that's kind of the basic idea.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I know a lot of people are hoping for a spell mana leech, so it's,
that's the thing we
some
don't want to
hearts.
do.
Yeah. Okay, next up, a few questions about crit, actually.
Well, to switch back to
POE1,
D4 POE bad.
It's almost like when you're building a crit build, you're supposed to be 100% crit. Is that the same in POE 2?
I would say that it's kind of more like earlier POE1, how it used to be, where it's like you can get there with various mechanics, but I would say that it's like it may not be the most optimal thing to do, just because like the stuff you're sacrificing might be too much in order to do that. Yeah. Especially when you've got like conditional crit mechanics, getting to 100% isn't so bad, but like you're not always going to be meeting those conditions, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I would say that like we've tried to kind of keep things a little bit more in line in terms of having more like, as I said, just like the controlling the sources a little bit better and kind of making sure that like getting to 100% is actually like a real, like, as I said, possible, but kind of not expected. So I imagine the sort of expected crit would be a bit lower than that. And yeah, trying to increase beyond that is kind of not hugely valuable.
Okay. What's the main reason they're indifferent? Is that just to like retain player power and not let it get out of control early?
I wouldn't say that exactly. I think it's more just that like ideally every mechanic.
Quick update to everybody on YouTube and Twitch asking the same question. I just started my 6th POE2 giveaway. We just started this one. I will be drawing it tomorrow, okay? If you're subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. If you are following on Twitch, type in !giveaway. You don't have to be present to win. You just have to claim your prize. It will be drawn tomorrow.
So you get that trade-off, like you have to make that trade-off towards the end of the range. So it's effectively like that. I think that's kind of really the main reason. Like it's been a little while since I talked about this with anyone, but yeah, like that's kind of really what it came down to. We just kind of wanted to make 100% crit more of a like, this is a very unusual situation rather than this is a common situation.
Okay. And do you think part of that is as well that, at least in POE 1, crit feels like the end game. Like you should go crit at some point, and you kind of want to avoid that as well. Is that part of it at all, or?
Well, we're certainly trying to make it so that crit is not the only build. There was actually a thing that we changed. So, so here's a random thing for you. We actually had the change for a little while where so crit modifiers, and I need to get this correct. Like there are various crit suffixes in POE 1, and so there was this feeling that in POE 1 that if you're a crit build, you've got like you can make your build more powerful than what non-crit builds can, because the suffixes that are available to you as a crit build are like more powerful than what the suffixes are available to you as a not crit build.
Yeah.
So because of that, we actually decided initially to move crit stuff all to be prefixes as well, to effectively compete with the other prefixes that you could get that all increase damage, right?
Yeah.
And so we did this for a while, and we actually found that like it actually made weapon rolling way less fun. Like in theory, what it was doing was making it so that, okay, you could get a crit weapon or you could get like a not crit weapon, and like they were kind of competing with each other. And like, we did all the math and we're like, hey, look, now we've made it so that crit builds and non-crit builds are more in line with each other and they have the same level of power and items and so on. And we kind of thought that we'd done a good thing there. And then at some point we just realized, like, why is it the weapons just don't feel as fun to find in PoE 2 as they do in PoE 1? And then we realized that like this is actually part of the problem. So we actually reversed that decision and moved the crit stuff back to be suffixes again. And we've kind of tried to make sure that the suffix pool is actually reasonable in other ways for the other builds, like making sure that the suffixes are actually like make sense and there's powerful versions of like ideally it's like there should be there should be a level that each suffix can get to that is exciting, right? Like, so like the question we have to ask ourselves is like, what is an amount of strength that if you got that on a as a suffix that you'd be excited about that?
Yeah.
And so effectively, like we're trying to make sure that there's actually like at the high end there are suffixes that are actually really good. And so hopefully we've restored some of the like possible power that you sort of can get from weapons, and I think that's sort of like as I said, I think it's in a better place. I don't really remember exactly how this was related to the original question anymore, but it was just something that came up in my mind.
Does that mean that at the high end, you don't want dead suffixes? Like I remember life regen for a long time and thorns, right, would be literally dead suffixes.
You still want to have suffixes where when you get them, you need to have bad rolls, right? But at the same time, we did say that like, okay, whatever, when you've got the higher tier rolls, that there are actually things that like that the highest tier of something needs to be something you actually would be excited to see. Okay. And there are actually a couple of cases where so we the tiering system for mods, for rares, like you know how when you've got like T2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5 just goes up to 5, like T5 rares. When you actually if you actually get a T5 rare, it's actually possible because we haven't got some of the mods like light radius, for example. They don't actually have an eye level. There's no light radius mod that's higher than eye level like 60 something, I think it is. It's probably like the highest one. It's actually possible that on the highest tier content, with a tier 5 rare, that the dead mods like that are actually cut out of the mod pool completely. So it's actually possible that for that to be the case. Now, tier 5 rares are like rare as hen's teeth, right? They're actually like incredibly rare. So when you get one of those, like the mods on those are going to be really good, because like that the eye level of the mods you're going to get is like higher than a certain amount. I'm so excited
for that.
Okay, so like that means that there are just like really some really good stuff up there. But it's once again, can't remember where I was going with this, but this is like a thing that exists for the rare system. So the that can mean that some of the rares you can get at on the higher tiers can be very good.
Awesome, very cool. I'm very excited to hear that. Like items is like my favorite thing in ARPGs, so definitely looking forward to that. I want to continue asking about crit. Enemy crit in Path of Exile 1 can be a little bit weird with, especially like, let's say multi, like the Valspark from like Tynvin or whatever he's called, or the Shaper Balls and stuff, because either the entire ability crits or none of it crits. Is enemy crit functioning similar in PoE 2, or is it to the individual projectile?
So I don't think we've made any changes here, but I believe that the way that works is determinable by the designers as they're working on it. But I suspect it's one of those things that they probably don't necessarily always think about, because it's kind of it's sort of somewhat invisible, so it's one of those things that just doesn't come up in their minds. So we can control that, and I don't know whether or not, and as I said, the system works fundamentally the same as PoE 1 did. I just don't know to what extent they've actually like used the features that allow them to control one or the other, and what situations that they would want to use one or the other.
Yeah.
Like,
Is it-
out of interest, do you prefer the like every mechanic crits, or do you prefer just every projectile? I assume every projectile is what you'd prefer.
I'd way prefer every projectile.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously now I usually will end up building for crit immunity instead, and that's fine.
Right.
But I remember when I was a new player to Path of Exile, and suddenly I'd be standing next to the Valspark Exile, and it would just explode, and I'm like, what just happened? And somebody
right.
would like watch my clip, and they're like, oh yeah, he crit you, you're gone.
Right. I have a feeling that I mean, I suppose the question would be whether we should make per projectile the default option. It's one of those things that like I don't see a reason why we wouldn't. I'd have to talk to Mark about it, but yeah, that's probably reasonable. I think that I think that the whole ability critting all at once is the default for some reason.
Yeah.
I think. So I'm pretty sure that if you run into that, it's because the designer forgot to add the stat that makes it so that it's just every projectile to that particular ability. So yeah, that's just kind of one of those random things. But for player skills, it's like one of those things that we really have to think very carefully about. Because there are kind of reasons and not. I mean, like one of the ones that is tricky for this is Rain of Arrows. It's like should every projectile crit or should every projectile not crit? Now, because right now every projectile has its own crit roll, it means that if you use like Sniper's Mark on a monster and then you do Rain of Arrows on that monster, then you're almost guaranteed to crit it at some point just because it hits so many times. And that means that effectively the Sniper's Mark is like using it with Rain of Arrows is just like a complete win because you just incredibly likely to actually trigger that. And so then it's kind of like, well, should we make it instead so that ability is like crit, the whole ability crits or doesn't crit? But then the problem with that is that it just feels super weird. Like there's something odd about the feeling of like I do a critical Rain of Arrows and then you start to think like, should it look different so you can see that the whole Rain of Arrows is critting? Or I don't know. It kind of just has some weird implications. So we kind of decided not to do it in the end, but there is a reason why we have both the abilities to do in different situations.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm definitely a lot less concerned about the intricate workings of how player crit works because like
just
the monsters aren't gonna complain. Yeah. No, it's a tricky one. Definitely would be a fun.
Well, I mean, look, I would be interested. I should talk to Mark about whether or not we should just have a policy in general. Just everything a monster does is always individual rolls. Like, there might be a reason. There might be a reason he's against that, but I'd be interested to find out.
I'm curious how you feel about bosses, especially critting at all. Personally, I'm a big fan of like everything being static, right? And like not having mods and not being necessarily variable because like there's some abilities that like, you know, you're basically effectively mathing out what you can tank, and then suddenly you get lucky with a big crit, and you're like, oh, never mind. So yeah, I'm just curious how you feel about that, like mods and crits on bosses.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about so mods. I think it's nice to have mods personally. I think because I like to have situations where you've got the ability to like it gives us an access to because what having mods does like on maps and so on is the ability to make it so that a boss fight can feel different from a different time you fought it, just based on what the mods were. Sure. So I think that stuff's important. That being said, we did like the idea of having the static bosses for the top pinnacle content, just because that is a measuring stick that players can use against each other.
Clock
so having that be like a static thing is kind of nice. Yeah. So that's why I like the mods. As for the crits, I can see your point for sure. Like that is an interesting point. Like, should we crit at all for bosses?
Yeah, I was just curious.
I guess I just don't really have I honestly don't really have an argument for why they should, to be honest. I guess the main thing would be just to make sure we've got enough variance, but then the answer would be, well, why do the players probably don't want the variance? So, yeah, I don't know. I find that to be interesting. It's not something that I've really thought about too much. I have to
The clock is a white box right now.
Yeah, like I see your point about not wanting to have the crits for sure. So yeah, it's probably something that I'll have a chat to Mark about.
I was just very, very curious about the answer there, because obviously, like, we can just get crit immunity, but the feeling for me there is it almost makes it mandatory.
Right.
And I feel like in general, whenever something feels mandatory, like remember the cast and damage taken Immortal Cold days and stuff like that, like it usually gets like changed or removed.
Right.
So
I suspect that the answer against this would involve basically like it's another it's an axis of character development that we're removing. Like that's probably the argument that would be made against it. So then the question is, but I agree with you that if something's mandatory, then it's kind of like, maybe why should it necessarily exist? So yeah, I mean, point taken, right?
I hate it when crit is mandatory. I like crit builds, but I don't like it being mandatory.
see if I where'd it go?
Mm-hmm.
Enemy crits should be conditional buffs you can see to and react to. I think that would be really cool. Like,
Right.
let's say that let's use Shaper Slam as an example, right? That if the Shaper Slam is about to crit, it like changes the animation and becomes maybe a bit slower.
What's up, Tango?
That would be really
makes sense.
cool. That because that does
Right.
change the fight, but like I love that.
Yeah.
That'd be way
Okay,
cooler.
well, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay.
It's for me I guess for me the big thing is that like they look exactly the same. You have no idea if it's gonna crit or not.
Yeah. No, I agree. That's a very good argument. Like, it is a very good point. I'd be interested to hear if Mark has any particular reason against that. Maybe he doesn't. Like, it is a very interesting point.
Yeah. Cool. More questions about monsters. Do they still get charges? And if so, how do they work?
So charges don't have any inherent bonus anymore.
Yeah.
So therefore, monsters don't currently get charges. I suspect it's the kind of thing where we might come up with some interesting thing to use them for in the future. But currently, there's just no reason for them to exist. So they just don't get them.
Cool. A lot of people are curious about support characters and how they fit into Path of Exile 2 for those that want to play with their friends and make OP combos together.
So I would say it's sort of interesting, right? Because what we don't have is the support character in the way that POE 1 had it, where it was like just a literal kind of AFK. Well, not, you walk around behind them, you don't really do anything. So I would say that, like, for that, like, we still have things like that. Like, you've got scepters and stuff like that that can give people bonuses. But I would say that support characters in POE 2 are more along the lines of, like, I'm debuffing monsters actively, or I'm setting up things that don't need to worry about the damage in order for someone else to take advantage of them. These kind of things. So, like, you can make a support character that's going to, like, ultra slow all the enemies. You can make a support character that will do things like place objects that other people can use, or for example, like, make a character that's like armor breaking lots of monsters so that other people can take advantage of that, things like that. So I'd say that, like, that's kind of the role of that kind of stuff more. But what we don't have is just like, I just reserve everything, and, like, I'm just like an aura, like just a bunch of auras on my character, and that's kind of all I'm doing. So that's the kind of thing that we don't really have in the same way.
Cool. Awesome. I think that generally answers that. Next up, a little bit of a discussion of something that was brought up in a previous podcast. I have in my notes here, talk about respecking ascendancies. I don't know if that's something you've, like, thought about or talked about more after the podcast with, I believe it was
Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to talk more about this. But I mean, look, as I said, it's still on my mind as something that I know players are concerned about. So, like, we will definitely have another conversation about it for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's really anything else to say about it at the moment.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, that's it. I'm obviously very pro respecting ascendancy. So
yeah,
my argument would just be it's a very early place to make a permanent decision.
Sure, I understand.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. On to endgame, like mapping and things like that. How much more rewarding should a difficult map mod like penetration or something like that be compared to chill ground or monster variety?
So I believe that so it's a very different situation in POE 2 than POE 1 for this stuff, because the rewards from difficult mods are not necessarily like the rewarding part of the map mods, because we've got the thing with the prefixes are like the rewards mods, and the suffixes are the, like, bad mods. It means it's kind of separated those two things out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Now, there is still a thing where the harder mods have waystone drop rate increases on them.
Yeah.
And so I believe I believe that the harder mods there do affect that, but I don't think that is, like, quite so much of a big deal compared to how it was in POE 1, where, like, the item drops were heavily changed by that stuff. So, like, I don't know that, like, as I said, it's a very different situation. Now this is one of those things that I'm like, I really hope it works, but I don't know if it will. So I guess we'll sort of have to see. Like, the dynamics of what people choose to roll and how people respond to that are going to be very interesting. I guess we'll just see how that goes. But what it does mean, at least with the current way the system works, is that it doesn't matter quite so much what the numbers we choose for how difficult those things are relative to, like, the rewards they give, because, as I said, the rewards being given are mostly from the prefixes anyway. So yeah, I guess that's kind of related to that.
Cool. Yeah, no, I was just curious because somebody brought up the point that I think it was penetration and monster variety had basically the same reward. So I was curious there. So that'll be interesting to see how that changes. What about things like /letter? Is that going to be the same or different?
It's the same for now. Look, we could probably do better with this. Like, you know, it's funny because before we /ladder was a temporary cheat we added before POE 1 was released as a temporary thing before we added the ladder screen.
Oh.
and then now we're releasing POE 2 and we still haven't implemented the ladder screen. Like, it's kind of absurd how that works. Yeah, we originally intended to have an in-game ladder screen, and then I guess the website kind of had it, and then we just never got around to actually implementing UI for it. Like, so all I can say is like, okay, it's been 15 years, but we're still intending to make a ladder screen in game one day.
All right. So 15 years from now.
Yeah, sure. At some point we'll get around to that.
Cool. Okay, good to know. And in a similar vein, what about would it be possible at all for the community to get a more detailed API for things like that, like ladder and like making our own tools?
So I'm curious what more you'd want out of the ladder for the API, because effectively I believe that the API we have right now just gives you a full dump of the first, like, I don't remember how many it is. Is it like 10,000 or something people, something like that? There's like some number of people in the ladder that it gives you, and as far as I know, it gives you everything you would need to have. So yeah, what else do you want, right?
Well,
like if you want something else, I can add it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my God. We can get you a list. So obviously, like I'm.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a long time since I started computer science, so I don't have a list in front of me. But things I can think of off the top of my head would be boss kills, for example, right? For the events we do, that is one of the biggest things we want.
Like what? Oh, so you want a ladder for when? Oh, you want like a different ladder for when people have killed a boss?
Not necessarily part of the ladder, just like an API we can access for if somebody kills a boss or something. That'd be...
So you mean like, but so like, do you want like how many times they've killed a given boss, or do you want like have they killed the boss at all yet?
Yeah, have they killed the boss at all yet?
I think that we do have support for ladders of when people killed a boss, because like, don't we have that for certain events? I thought we did.
Only for the first person, I believe.
I have a feeling that the way that's implemented internally is there's just effectively the amount of time until you kill the given boss, like as a separate ladder effectively. And then that would mean that like you could effectively dump a ladder of that, of like who was the first person to kill a given boss. So that's something we could probably do like relatively easily. I will say we haven't like thought about this for a long time. So
well, I
like,
can,
it's one of those things.
I can get you like from like the guy who made POE Racing and stuff, I can get you a list of like API things that would be huge for us. So obviously, I'm very involved in loving and wanting to do events.
Right. As I said, I think we do have actually like boss time, time to kill a specific boss. But I'm pretty sure that what it is that like that had to be specifically implemented for each boss that we wanted to do it. Because I'm pretty sure that the reason why we had that was for like the original race seasons we did, where we sometimes had like different objectives, things like first to kill X boss. So I think it's still lurking around in there somewhere. So we might be able to like resurrect that and like. It would be pretty cool to have a ladder for like first person to kill the pinnacle encounters in POE 2 when it comes out, for example. We might be a little bit too close to be able to actually implement something like that, but like it's possible that it's just like a matter of like resurrecting some piece of code that's been sitting there and turning it on. So I'll actually look into that because that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, is there going to be any form of like yellow text announcements for like first to level, first to new areas and stuff?
Yes, so I think that we have, so the leveling one, I think we only do it every 5 levels, at least for the first while, just because we don't want it to be like super spammy. And for first to enter area, I think that, I don't remember exactly how that was going to be. I think because there was also some concern. I mean, look, there is definitely going to be stuff like that, but I think that we just wanted to try and reduce the spam a little bit in some cases. Certainly, you want like first to reach level, like past level like 65 or something. You probably want like everything above that to be like every single level, I would say, just because like that's pretty important race and it takes a bit longer up there. So we've got stuff like that. I don't think there's any first to kill. Well, maybe there are first to kill bosses for the act bosses or something. Cool. I don't remember the exact situation, but there's definitely some of that stuff. We just wanted to make sure it didn't seem like completely incomprehensible for like a bunch of new players who are seeing all the stuff for the first time. So we just kind of wanted to limit it a little bit.
Very cool. I love to hear that. A question from my community was, are there going to be free respecs during the EA if there's a big enough change? Like right now, if there's a huge skill tree change on standard,
Good
you get
question.
like the free respec.
Yeah.
Because
I'd say it's probably going to be the same as that effectively. Like when we do a big change, everyone will get a free respec, and it'll work that way pretty much. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Somebody was particularly concerned because if it's respecing, is it only gold or do you have silver gray orbs? I can't remember.
No regret anymore. It's just gold.
Yeah. So the guy was asking was what if a big change happens and your build is bricked and you've just used your gold? You just log in, and you're like, ooh. Cool.
Generally speaking, yeah, it'll be that like the big patches that do the big balance stuff, we should get some. Now that being said, like I'm not going to say that every single like there will probably be patches where we nerf some particular thing, and then like that could hit certain characters, like that'll probably happen.
Yeah.
Just because that I'm hoping not, but you never know.
Yeah.
So yeah, like that might then cause a situation where you don't have a free respec for that reason. Yeah. Because what we don't have the ability to do is like targetedly respec.
Ooh, I like the respec system in Torchlight Infinite. Ninja, I'm with you.
So because of that, the like it would have to be a more global change to like oh look, we've redone the skill tree in various ways, and then we'd probably do it.
Yeah. And I'm guessing you can't go in negative gold, right? You can't like, okay, Mr. Respect
no,
Man,
no.
I'll pay you back later.
No.
Yeah, no debt. Cool. Another question for the community is, we've learned that ascendancies and items can be supported. So a logical follow-up is how many sockets do those start with? Do ascendancy skills starts with 5 sockets? And do items with skills show you how many sockets they have?
So if you have stuff that's inherent to your character, so that is to say, like and ascendancy skills do count as that, or things like so for example, default attack being also a supportable skill. These things get sockets based on your character level. Now I don't remember what the level is that you get. It's like late 80s. There's like that's the one where you get 5 sockets for all of those things. But effectively, as you level up, you'll get more sockets for that stuff. The ones that are inherent to items, those ones get sockets based on the eye level of the item. So effectively, a higher eye level base, if that base comes with a socket, that high level eye level base will have the thing. So I don't know if the trade site will show it correctly yet or not, but it is based entirely on eye level, which you can see. The trade site needs that will probably take some time to fully be like 100% like every single thing about it looking exactly the same as in game, just because there's like a whole bunch of work there. But we definitely want to make sure the trade site at least shows you everything that you sort of need to know. So I don't know whether or not they will be showing the sockets in that are in skills in gear, and I have a feeling it probably won't, because I know that skills in general on the trade site are kind of like a bit like because there's like a ton of work to make them work the same as in game. I think we're just going to be showing like names and levels, so it probably won't show the sockets on the site, but you can know that effectively there's just certain eye levels that the item is that when it does that, and then later on we'll like improve support on the trade site and get everything rendering exactly the same as in game, and then that'll be fine. But there certainly should be nothing on the trade site which you can't know about something that's important for trade, at least, even to start with. Yeah.
Awesome. Quick follow-up on ascendancy questions. A lot of people asked me to ask, regardless of the answer. Are we going to have like be able to see the full ascendancies before launch?
Good question. I don't know whether that's in the spoiler list or not, actually. What we're not going to have is like support for it on the website, which we were planning on doing because we wanted people to like just have all that stuff there. But I think we didn't quite get time to implement all that stuff on the website to get that working. It's possible we could still get them to post the ascendancies early. I'll have to talk to the community team and see whether or not that's planned. We might be able to do that. Yeah.
I thought people know them already. There's build guides out. What? Never mind.
Yeah, a lot of people don't want it.
Right.
I think
we did show quite a lot about the ascendancies already, so like in some ways it's just filling out the remaining stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the argument from people that do want it is that since it is like a hard lock thing, they want to like have a little bit of info there, and obviously most people really are appreciating that like we're going in blind, and that's pretty awesome.
Sure. Fair enough. I'll talk to the community team and see how they feel about it. So yeah, we might do it or might
maybe not. Just throw up a poll and see what more people want. But yeah,
I'm not trolling. What do you mean?
Is a low life 50%?
No, it's 35. It's actually back to how it used to. It's back to how it used to be, and the reason is because that was changed up to 50% mostly because of all the reservation related stuff in POE 1, which is not a concern anymore. So that means low life can be 35 again, and.
Okay.
that restores that to how it was before.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I was really curious about them. We were trying to figure out what it was. Cool. Force move, is that something that can be a keybind instead of taking up a skill slot?
So it works the same way as POE 1. I guess that the thought with that is just like most people probably want force move on left click anyway, right?
Not necessarily.
I mean, I guess maybe not. Like I suppose we could change that, but hang on, can't you? Okay, so can't you change like? Because you know the skill binds that are like control W and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like you can control you can change those to not be using control, right?
Yes, you can change all your keybinds. The main issue for a lot of people right now is they would like to have in just keybind settings force move to be like whether you put it on mouse button 1 or not. Right now it's costing you a skill slot, and we're already a little bit for some builds a little bit short on that.
I would have thought that when you include the control, like they're more inconvenient, but like the control Q, control W, that kind of stuff, those ones, like, are you really using all of those as well? Because I feel like you could just use the like skill slot 10 or whatever the last one is, like at the end there, and then use that one as your force move, and then just rebind it to something that doesn't require precision control. And then if you do that, you should be able to use that. But like, I mean, I guess there's no real reason we couldn't change it to not use a skill slot potentially. But I guess I figure that it's not usually a problem at the moment if you're able to do that.
A lot of people want that for sure.
Okay, interesting. Well, I mean, look, I'll table it with the UI guys and see if they want to do it.
This isn't DR.
Also,
it
pretty small
was.
sample
They
size,
everyone
but
told me
both
I'm
the
required
people
to watch
watching on
this,
Twitch
so
right
we're
now,
watching it.
And 77% are saying they do want to know. I actually thought it would be more people against.
Interesting.
Yeah, so do with that what you will.
Well, that's an interesting data point to have.
Yeah, curious. Right. I would like to hear a little bit more about towers and like buffing the maps and like
sure.
if you can talk about that a little bit, because a bit before the vibe I was getting as a player, it's felt a little bit like Synthesis like, where I would be like trying really hard to maximize my area and buffing it up, and that could maybe sound a little tedious. So yeah, I would just love to hear you talk about towers more.
Yeah, so effectively, so you unlock towers. The towers are, there's quite a few around, so you can always like, and the radius is actually quite large. And what that means is that generally speaking, the amount of things that get added, like the amount of breaches, for example, that you add when you use a breach tablet, generally speaking, you're going to be there's more in radius that could receive the breach than the number that, than the number that it's going to be adding.
Okay.
So for that reason, like 'cause I know there was some concern, that we had initially that like, because you have to like run maps to get to the tower in the first place, you're effectively consuming some of the maps you would have been able to use, that would have gotten buffed. And that is true, but because the radius is so large, and because like the number that they'll add, of breaches that might add might be like 6 or something, or 6, 7, something like that. It means that generally speaking, there'll always be more maps in the radius than there will, even ones you haven't run yet, than what you add.
Okay.
In terms of adding them to overlapping stuff, like because there's overlapping towers, you can still get a situation where like you want to try and maximize this.
Yeah.
But yes, you can only add one, use each tower one time. So effectively, like you want to find the tower, like go to it, add whatever mechanic you're adding, find some nearby towers potentially if there are nearby ones. Use those as well, like add them all, and then once you've done that, you get the overlapping radii for the mods, and then you run them. So effectively works like that.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, if you've got any specific questions about it, I can certainly answer them.
Can you use towers multiple times?
No, you can't. So just one time each.
Honestly, it's hard because again, I haven't played, which I love. I haven't played. I would just like, do you like it? Like, is it fun? Like, is it something you're confident that you think people will enjoy?
I mean, I think it's pretty fun.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty fun, but it's kind of like, look, it's one of those things we'll just have to see how it works in some ways. Like, what we don't really know is like what the long-term feel of it is, like when you actually really ramp everything to like max, and with but like what's the steady state like once you've reached the like point of just grinding forever? And that I sort of have a hard time knowing. Like we haven't done like. The amount of time we need to invest to be able to really test that is like more than what we have, so it's kind of hard for us to know that. But the actual, just like when you just play it normally, like it's cool, like it does work well, and I'm enjoying that.
Is it gonna feel like the last epoch monolith?
You know, you've got as much as will it feel bad then? And I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
I'm hoping not though. There are generic tablets as well, by the way, that don't relate to a specific mechanic. And those ones like add more general mods that just sort of affect all maps. So that's another thing as well. Just so you know.
Monos. Don't fall asleep, Sith Lord.
So we've got that too.
That's very fun.
And I am sure that we're going to be playing around a lot with the mod pools and other things like this, and sort of like.
Don't bring up the Wolson City Builder Ninja. Don't. Come on.
How well it works. I'm sure that will be an area that receives heavy balance.
Brother. War Table.
Yeah. I mean, that's the beauty of doing early access, I guess.
Right.
I was yesterday on a podcast called Dropped Frames, and Ko and JP asked Ezekiel to make them a question for today's podcast that I said I would ask them. And Ezekiel asked, why was it a conscious choice to make the game more difficult than POE 1?
So, see, I guess I don't know that I would say that the conscious choice was to make the game more difficult because that makes it sound like the goal is we're going to make it more difficult. Whereas what the goal was to make the combat more engaging. And on some level that did make the game more difficult, but I wouldn't say that was like, this is what we're setting out to do, if you know what I mean. It's like we're setting out to make the combat good. And to me, at least, good combat involves some level of challenge, and so that's kind of what you end up with. So yeah, I guess that's kind of what that's what it really comes down to. It's just that's just it's a natural part of that.
Cool.
I think that's really what it is.
Yeah, engaging combat. That makes sense. A cat in the community asked, will every attack from rapid fire give stacks of tailwind?
So it currently does. I know there was a discussion happening about this. One of the designers was unhappy about it, and so I think that I know there was a discussion recently that I haven't heard the result of about what's going on with that. So I actually can't answer what the final state will be because I don't know. It depends on what they went off and did.
Of course you do.
Yeah, there was a discussion about it for sure. It was a balanced concern. That's what I know.
Yeah, I think that's why they were curious. So I've seen a lot of theory crafting and stuff. Yeah, so we have a few more Reddit questions here. I think we have a few thousand questions from Reddit, so I've just tried calling down. Good. This was one I found very interesting, and it was it's pretty rare to see someone so motivated after doing something for so long. Can you talk about what makes you so motivated?
I guess for me, I just want to make I want to actually make a game I'm happy with, and until I've actually done that, I think I won't be happy. You know what I mean? Like I just want to keep going. Like I was never fully happy with POE 1. There was always more to do. It's always like it's just we're still not in a good place yet. I want to make that perfect action RPG. I'll just keep going until I've achieved that, right? And maybe that's impossible to make something really truly perfect, but I guess I'm just ultimately motivated to fix things. I want, I just want everything to be perfect, and so we keep going until we get to that point, which maybe is impossible. As far as I know, that's what's driving me really.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's a great answer. I mean, it's talking to you as well. It's very fun. So it's great. Keep it up. Next question is, does hardcore still go to softcore?
Yes. So it works the same as POE
1. So effectively, I was thinking about actually starting softcore this time, but I could effectively just start playing on hardcore, die, and just continue on softcore then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
hardcore.
Hopefully that will happen by the time you're
That's what we're gonna do.
So,
guys.
But we'll see. But we'll see. We'll see.
Damn. All right. Oh wow. So,
guys.
So
I'm not gonna die.
How hardcore rival do you think it is for your first time?
See in Act 1. What?
I think that would be. I think it probably would really not be hardcore viable, just because there's going to be mechanics on bosses that you're going to need to learn. That being said, look, I mean, you can with enough grinding and if you really over prepare for everything, right? You obviously can be very, you can be successful. But yeah, if you're playing at a regular pace, like, you know, bosses will kill you just due to, like, you know, learn the mechanics. Like there are things that are subtle about them, and, you know, you have to work them out. Or, you know, like obviously, like you've never seen, like everything is very well telegraphed, but like if you don't know what is telegraphing,
what's up, hardcore?
you know, like until you've seen the ability one time, you know, what I would say is if you were like playing behind someone and every single boss fight you like watched a video of someone playing it first before you fought it in hardcore, I think you could probably do it that way. But where's the fun in that, right? Like you want to experience all the stuff the first time yourself. So that I would say you can do. So
Very cool.
yeah, that's I would say play softcore your first time, or at least play hardcore and die, and then play softcore the rest, and you should be all right.
Yeah. No, I was actually like bouncing between which one I should do, and then it was finally Ben that convinced me that I should play softcore because of server issues. And I think that obviously that is something we're all concerned about. So
I have a feeling like if there are server issues, it probably won't be that like it's like lag server side on the individual like on an individual instance. It's much more likely to be like back-end problems, which like boot off to, you know, 100,000 people get booted off kind of thing. That's kind of like a different type, you know, rather than like a you know, like, oh, it's just crappy performance. Like I would hope anyway. I mean, you never really know, but like I just have a feeling it was much more likely to be those kinds of problems, like the like horrible back-end issue that I have to get up.
Yes, meaning Witch, Southpaw. We got a whole team working on Witch.
thing.
Kiko,
like,
have a good night.
It's hard to, apparently not very if I'm
If
I'm saying like that. The issue is just like, you know, I really have no idea how many people will turn up on day one. Like we can look at supporter pack sales and we can say like, okay, well there's at least this number, but on day one, you know, we're not sure. And the other thing as well is that there are things like what's console going to be like. I just don't know really like how many people will turn up there. It's really hard to say. It's very hard to feel confidence even though we're doing a bunch of testing and things like that, just because, like, you know, as I said, it's a new game. You never know what's going to happen. Like, launches are just, like, notorious for, like, random issues, right? And it's not for lack of people trying to make sure that, like, it's, you know, it's not like we're like, oh, you know, just cheating out on servers or something like that, right? Like, we will do our best to get as much as we can, but you just never know what kind of a random performance issue can go wrong. And the sucky thing about it is, like, you can make some really subtle mistake somewhere, and it results in like a huge amount of chaos for the players because, like, you know, you go over some weird threshold and you get some deadlock or some random thing happens, and it just everything dies. And so yeah, that kind of stuff really sucks.
Fire Necro is what we're doing.
I really hope we can do well. I mean, the nice thing is, at least, is that you know, it's all based on POE 1 backend stuff. Like, that's been tested to a pretty reasonable degree by this point. You know, I think we can do okay. But on the other hand, we may get more players than what our backend has ever dealt with before, and I think it's very, very likely at this point that will happen. So you know, as I said, you can never really know.
I don't know if you're like comfortable sharing a number you're prepared for, but like, are you prepared for like 1 million players, for example? If that's something you're...
well, a million is how many is what we're prepared for as far as instance capacity goes.
Okay.
Damn.
We also are prepared to increase that as well, like in terms of just like talking to cloud vendors and stuff like that about, like, you know, what if we go over this? Like, do we have a plan for how we're going to scale up? Like that kind of stuff. So 1 million is the capacity that we'll have on day one, like before we know how many people we're going to get. And my hope is that that'll be enough.
Cool.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure we'll get it in 1 million. I don't think it's going to go. I think the chance of going above 1 million is pretty low, honestly. But you never know. You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
I think, as I said, I think the chance of going above that is pretty low. Just because bear in mind it is paid, right? It's not like okay. Let me say this on our full release when it's free. Like, I think the numbers will be much higher than 1 million. I think that's going to be very, very high, like absurdly high. But for a paid early access, I think getting to 1 million would be a very good success. Like that would be crazy. But yet I think that we might be on the way to it for sure. Yeah. As I said, 1 million is what we're, because of the fact that we're like, we want to make sure we don't screw this up. 1 million is what we're getting for instance capacity. When I say instance, by the way, I'm talking about the actual servers that individual players play on, as opposed to like the back end, which is like where all the you know, which is the scaling challenge that's much more hard to know.
Cool.
Now, as far as like testing, like testing the back end and making sure it can work, the hard part there is like, can you simulate player numbers, like correctly enough to actually know what's going on. So we've got a synthetic test that goes up to 1.6 million in the back end before it falls over, and we want to try and improve that to 2 million before we launch, just so that we can be okay. But the thing is that that's a synthetic test, right? Like we don't we write a bot that simulates what a player does, but like what if we're just wrong about that, and like people, and there's all sorts of numbers that you can play around with, like how often do people change areas, and how often do people how many items do people pick up and not pick up, and like we don't really know the numbers for that. And we can look at POE 1 and we can kind of assume that they're similar, and we can try and kind of like get things to like some kind of real world situation, but then it'll just be some other random thing we don't even think about that like players end up doing that we just don't even that can cause the issue. So the other thing as well is like, what if we just didn't okay, so sure, we wrote it to that many players like as a test, but there could be like even more subtle elements. Like here's a random example we did think about, but like just to sort of give you an example of the kind of subtlety that happens here. So we have processes in the backend called instance managers, which like deal with like effectively they just like know where all the instances are, like all the game instances are, and like if they fall over, like if they're keeping track of them effectively. And
1 million.
We've got more than one of these, but like to know which one to contact, you need to know, like you need to have something to work out like what is the thing that like that will tell you like which instance manager I should be talking to whenever I'm going to go to a new area. And so that we shard this based on the area the area index. And the thing that we realized recently was that like when everyone plays the game initially, they're all going to be in the same area. They're all going to be starting in what's called G11, which is like the first area of the game. And then a bunch of those people, like there'll be a very similar amount of time that people will take to get from there to the next area. Yeah. And so that means that everyone will go from there to like the next area. And so that means like all the load's going to be on one of these instance managers, and then all the load's going to move to a different instance manager. It's all going to happen at the same time, which means there's actually like the thing with having more of these is like completely defeated by just the way that will happen on launch. And like that's not something that our load test would immediately notice, because like we kind of have to think about how the actual players will actually be behaving on release day to be able to see that kind of issue. So like that's one we did think of, but like there could be 200 other things like that we didn't think of that like could result in problems. And so this is the kind of stuff that like as I said, that you just never expect on the back end. So this is probably like way too much detail, and like I'm being way too
I love the
here,
transparency. But really great.
But okay. But anyway, as I said, that's the kind of issue. So I'm hoping that whatever it is like really obvious. Like whatever problem we do run into is like really obvious to us, so we can just fix it. But it's because the part that really sucks is like the thing fell over. Like there's no crash, there's no like thing. It's just a bunch of people got disconnected. There's no logs. There's nothing for us to even latch onto it. That's like the really horrible type of issue that I really hope we don't run into. You never know. We'll see what happens. I'm hoping it will be okay.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you could just do a surprise launch right now. Then there won't be like no one's expecting it. You just
well, there was somehow I don't think that's a good idea. So I guess what will be really interesting to see is how big does the queues get on like yeah, that could be scary. But I think it'll be okay. I'm excited.
I'm very hyped. Awesome. Thank you so much for the transparency there. That was more in depth than I was expecting, and yeah, love it. A question about ExileCon. Are there going to be more ExileCons? Will there be one before or after release? Like, what's the vibe there?
So we were actually originally planning to have one next year, and as it got closer, we were just like, man, do we really want to? Are we really, really wanting to be having to deal with another ExileCon this close? Like it's like we're pretty tired right
It's a lot of work.
I don't know if I can actually. It's a lot of work, and it is like a huge amount of work. So we're kind of like, you know what? We're not going to do one in 2025. So we'll think about the year after that. But we were, as I said, we actually originally like had made a booking and everything of like the venue, and we're actually keen. But then when we really looked at it, we were like, I worry that we're going to be like close to like if we're like really close to the release at that point when that would have been scheduled, that could just like just be really like too much load on our studio all at one time, because running an XLCon really is like, it is a crazy amount of work for the whole studio. Like it's just a huge amount of stuff. So I am almost certain we'll have another one. I just don't think we're gonna have we're just not gonna have one next year, just because it's gonna be too much going on, I think, for our studio. Because you know, it's really fun to run them, like even though it's all that work, like it is really fun to run them, and like having all the community there, like it's a really fun thing. And like if we had infinite resources, then having XLCon right before the full release would be like the most amazing marketing opportunity, right? Like that would be great. But then the idea of having to do all of that and also get the release out at the same time, it's just too much. I just don't think we'd be able to do it.
No, that makes sense. Makes sense. It's a lot of work. Question again about bosses. Is every single boss going to be you die once and it's over? Like, you know, you collect 300.
Nothing about preloading
or whatever.
Right,
Nothing.
So we've actually had quite a lot of conversations about this topic. With the 300 splinters thing, just to, by the way, is like they do come in stacks, so it's not like you have to fight 300 breaches to do that. But this was definitely a question. Should we allow more portals for some of these bosses? Because, like, you know, it's like the first time that you save up, the first time you're going to fight it, and then you just die instantly to some ability, and like, is that okay? And there were definitely some arguments about this. But we eventually decided that, we are going to leave it as one death for those bosses, just because we just want to make sure that there's integrity in the, you know, like in the boss fight, that you actually did have to kill it from top to bottom. It is one of those things, though, that like if it really was a problem, I guess we could readdress it. But like, I think we're pretty keen to go with just one death, even for those for the time being.
Cool.
But yes,
very interesting.
There was a lot of argument about it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I'm gonna be hardcore hopefully most of the time. So once I figure the game out, so I was just mostly asking for softcore players. I'll be very curious how they feel about it. Cool. Okay, another question.
You gotta go hardcore if you're cool.
How do you feel about safe mechanics like Toda? Like obviously, RuneScape is probably the game that comes to mind where you can very much more than any game I can think of tailor exactly what type of content you want to be doing, right? Like if you want to, you can do completely safe content, or you can focus on like a really hard boss fight where it takes all of your focus. So yeah, what are your thoughts on like being able to tailor your custom content?
So, I mean, I would say that POE is pretty strong in this regard as well, right? Like, you've got the ability to change the degree to which, like, how many mods you put on maps, and then, like, how much you're juicing things with mechanics for the towers, and, like, all sorts of stuff like that. So I would say that POE is one of the games where you do actually have quite a lot of control. So, like, you can definitely get, like, look, if you're running a white map,
what's up, Fox?
it's not a huge amount that's just going to randomly kill you. If you're powerful enough to deal with that, you should be okay. It really is the other extra difficulty you add that makes it so that you're so that you're more safe. And like, especially now that the bosses have been moved out of the regular map, so that you can choose whether you're doing them or not. Like you have even that choice as well. So yeah, I'm a fan of tailoring content difficulty, and that is the goal for us as well, right? Just like make sure that you can decide that.
Awesome. Yeah, no, me too. I'm a big fan of that. Very cool. So talking about playing hardcore and pausing and stuff. So let's say that I've opened an expensive boss fight, but took me a while to farm, and I'm halfway through the fight, and I'm like, oh, this is not going well. This is not going down well. But I don't want to leave either. Can I pause the fight and be like, Steel Mage, I need help right now. Please come get me. And can he then, like, while I'm paused, can he come help me?
So so
pause
you actually can't.
Awesome. I love that.
Like do
it's
things
like
like
DR.
accept invites and everything while you're paused.
Okay.
Now we actually had planned to allow you to do way more stuff while paused.
Yeah.
There was this whole pause rework we were going to do. We were going to change the interface. You can pause the game and still be able to like look at the rest of the interface and like kind of do certain things while paused or not. And then we could just make the decision of like what's allowed when paused and what isn't.
Yeah.
But we never got it. We unfortunately didn't get time to do it. So right now, you wouldn't be able to accept a challenge while paused. But that being said, you could like pause the game, message your friend, he sends you an invite, you unpause quickly, click accept, and then pause again. Right? Like it is kind of possible.
Right.
And so there's kind of really no reason to like not allow you to accept an invite while paused for that reason, because like you can just kind of do that.
You guys heard that,
like,
right?
That would be possible.
Cool.
And ultimately, that would mean that you can kind of do that. The question then is like, can you get to the person in a fight? And that depends on the context.
Yeah.
Now, I don't actually know 100% of all the rules about this, about exactly what goes on. I believe that when you sea shelter someone as the players call it, that it's that you go to the checkpoint of the last you go to the physical location of the most recent checkpoint the player has.
Yeah.
And then from there you can go into the boss fight. So during campaign you can certainly just like get into someone's boss fight very easily.
Yeah.
What I don't know is what the situation is with regard to maps and exactly how that works. So I would have to check on that to work out exactly what you could do there. I am sure there's going to be all sorts of like exploits and like random issues around pausing and checkpoints as well, and like all of those things. Like I just have a feeling that there's going to be stuff. Like we obviously do our best to think of these, but I'm sure there's going to be some stuff. So there might have to be some tweaks to the rules later on here. But as far as I know, you can do that. I believe. So I'm pretty sure what should happen is I think that for maps, the last checkpoint is like still in the map room.
Yeah.
Because there's no checkpoints in map. So I'm pretty sure what would happen is they'd go outside the map, they would be standing where the portals are, and if there's a portal available, they'll be able to go through that portal. And so if you moved the portal close to the boss fight before you went into it, because you can't use the portal while in the boss fight, then that would mean they'd be outside the boss fight. And so long as there's a way to get into the boss fight after the fact, it should work. So as far as I know, that should be how it works at the moment. But as I said, there might be individual rules that we can add or remove or whatever. Like there'll probably be tweaks to this, I'm sure.
Cool. Also, chat really wants me to correct you and say it's we call it swirly.
What? Okay.
Yeah,
For some reason, people around here call them seashelling.
Right.
I don't know where that. Maybe that's just in GGG slang for this.
That's funny.
Okay.
I mean,
it apparently looks like a seashell.
that is really cool though. I'm
POE
obviously a little
boss
bit
killing
biased. Like, I would
services
love
are
to
gonna
run,
go
like, a
hard,
boss service
right?
where I'm like coming to rescue people. So that'd
Okay.
be very fun.
Well, as far as I know, that should be possible right now. But as I said, we might tweak the rules.
Cool. A little bit of like a more random cutesy question with how do you feel about like mini games like fishing or just like things to do that aren't necessarily
Hog got
like
his
the core game?
question.
I don't know. Like some people find that stuff fun. I guess I see the mini games in PoE as more like the different league mechanics. So like those are the things that we're probably more likely to add. But I know people have been wanting a fishing mini game for a long time. I guess look, we have boat support now, right? Like
I know.
from the hideout. so you never know, I guess.
Cool. Two-factor authentication, is that something we can see improvements of in PoE 2?
So this is one of those things where like it's trivially easy to add two-factor authentication. The hard part is all the support policy around what happens when people lose their second factor. And it's like okay, so like how do you verify someone who's lost the second factor? And then like that's a whole thing that's all drama around this. And then like you open yourself up to like all sorts of like support mistakes you could be making when with that kind of stuff. And like it's notoriously like you have this thing. And then people say, oh, you should just tell people that if they add two-factor, then if they lose the second factor, they're just hosed. And it's like, well, you can say that now. You say that right up to the point you do lose your second factor, and then you're like, why is there no recovery process for this? You know what I mean? Like there has to be a recovery process. And then it's like, okay, so then how do we verify it? So then people are like, oh, you could like take government ID, and it's like, okay, well now there's like GDPR and privacy implications of this, and it's like it's just kind of an endless rabbit hole of like random policy and horrible stuff. And so like we should have it, right? Like absolutely we should 100% we should have two-factor. We just don't, and it's all because of that like the tricky stuff around this. And like one day I just have no doubt we will implement this. It's we just need to dig ourselves out of the hole of all the policy issues around support for this. That's the thing. And so what I will say though is just as a thing is that you can effectively outsource the two-factor on your account by using Steam if you want, because they have two-factor. And if Steam is the only login method on your account, then effectively you're just relying on their two-factor to be able to work. So you still have that option at least. Right. But yeah, we should add two-factor to the regular login system, and I want to add two-factor to the regular login system. It's just a question of getting time to sort through all the problems with it.
Speaking of regular login system, I can't remember if this was already confirmed, but do we still have both the standalone client and Steam?
Yep, we do.
Excellent. Another community question. So there is a limit of support gems, right? I can only use element control destruction on one gem. I can't use it on two gems.
Correct.
Is that rule still the same on my weapon swap? Let's say that I have a lightning ability in one weapon swap and a cold ability in the other, but on both of these main gems, I want to use control destruction.
So There's one per character. It doesn't relate to weapon swap. The thing that I just want to clarify around this is that like it's not like you've got slots that are just like one versus the other, right? Like when you look at your skill screen, they're all just on one screen. That you just get to enable or disable certain skills for being used by a certain weapon swap. So there's no as far as the question goes, like it is one for the entire character.
Okay. When we saw like videos, somebody had a video going through the settings and stuff like that, and I did not see lockstep or predictive being there. Is that still a thing?
Why wouldn't it have been there? It should have been there. Okay, so
apparently it's only on the menu screen.
Oh yes, because you can't change it while you're in your while you're in game. But yeah, it should be there. As far as I know. One thing I will say is that predictive with WSD, sorry, not predict. Okay, let me get this right. Okay, so there is a mode called hybrid. And I think that with WSD, predictive turns into hybrid, but I'm not sure whether or not they've actually like fiddled around with the interface of this. Hybrid is the mode that consoles use, but I don't think it tells you about it because I don't think there's a setting for it on consoles. Right. But effectively, what that is, it's like it's somewhere in between predictive and lockstep. I guess I could like, and effectively what it is that. This is kind of irrelevant, but effectively, with lockstep, when there's lag, internet lag, the whole game freezes. And with predictive, when there's internet lag, the game does not freeze. Hybrid is a mode where we still use predictive networking, but we still freeze everything when the server hasn't replied to you, and that's just because it keeps everything in sync a little bit better, but prevents some of the issues that you get in predictive. And that mode just works a bit better when you're using direct control WSD versus and stuff without causing too many desync issues. So that's just a random detail there. But yeah, as far as I know, they still work, and they should be fine. What I worry about. And this is just random speculation on my part, is that like pretty much everyone in GGG plays in lockstep. Yeah. And so what that means is that like I worry that there won't be as much testing in predictive, and there could be like issues that happen in predictive that we're just not aware of because of the fact that like everyone's just playing in lockstep all the time. So it probably hasn't received the same testing as what what lockstep gets. So I would suggest to you play in lockstep if you can. Obviously, the issue is when your high latency is high. But that's the sort of stuff that will be that I'm sure we'll get more testing as we go into early access as well. But just random thing.
A question I just thought of was in POE 1, a thing that can happen is assets loading and being invisible if there were already loading ones. Is that a fixed thing in POE 2?
Unfortunately, that's not fixed, and this is something that really, really bothers me. But look, it's something that we're going to be like I really want to fix that. I really, really want to fix it. Like it's the worst thing to me is that occurring. So we'll get to the point where that can occur. It's actually been made harder in POE 2 because of the fact the assets are larger in general. You know, like higher resolution textures and higher resolution like models and stuff like that. So. I don't think it will necessarily be worse or anything, but yeah, it really sucks to me whenever a thing doesn't load. And so this is a thing that we will be working on and improving over time. I want to get to the point where it's just 100% the case that you never see an asset pop. Like that would be ideal.
Awesome.
Yeah. But we'll work towards that, but we aren't there yet.
A lot of people are asking about pre-download, especially for people with slow connections, being able to start downloading the files before the 6th.
It's a good question. There you go, Guilty.
So the concern there would be, what do you call it? Data mining. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the concern with that.
My question is pre-download / data mining.
Yeah. I'll like we're definitely more vulnerable to data mining for POE 2 than we are in POE 1 usually, just because like there's so much more new stuff, like just the whole campaign being something people haven't played. So like it's that would be the concern. I guess I do understand the why you'd want this though. I guess I'll just have to talk to just have to. I guess I just have to talk and see how we feel about it. Like, yeah, the concern is data mining, though. That would be the reason not to do it.
Opening it up 12 hours, 6 hours, even 4 hours prior to launch for pre-download. Like, who cares at that point? Just my opinion.
Right. It will be interesting to see how fast the data mining occurs. Like, obviously, when you've got a thing like this, like a lot of people. Now, we do have some stuff to improve. Like certain things will be harder to data mine than they were in the past. But on the other hand, there are some things the client just has to have, and if the client has to have it, then there's just no way to prevent data mining of it because, like, you know, it has to be on the client for the client to be to be able to see a mod on the client. The client has to have the text of the mod, right? Yeah. So on some level, you've got to have that stuff. So yeah.
Cool, makes sense. Is rarity multiplicative or additive with map/monster rarity?
You mean so player rarity is player rarity is multiplicative with the map rarity, yeah. Okay. So that's still the case.
Right. Yeah. A question about what leagues are, because obviously we are still going to have leagues in PoE 2. What are they going to be based around? Right now they're being inspired by other games. Is that still going to be the case?
Oh, I mean, that's always the case, right? We're always looking at other mechanics. I mean, ultimately, it comes down to what is cool. And so that means that all we're really doing when we're looking at other games is like, is there something we can notice here that could inspire us to be cool? But like, it doesn't have to be another game. It could be a movie or like just some random other thing. Like, you never know where the inspiration is going to come from. But that stuff can definitely happen. Just, you know, can we come up with a cool mechanic? That's all it comes down to. Yeah.
Is there any game off the top of your head that you're like, oh, do we really like want to find a way to like get this in PoE that like inspires you?
I don't know that I can name one right now. If like it's like anything that would have happened like that, we probably already made a league for it. Yeah. So it would have to be something recent, and we haven't been talking about leagues in PoE 2 yet, so we haven't had like a brainstorming session about that yet. Yeah. So yeah, as I said, I don't think I can come up with one at the moment.
Awesome. And it's pretty much the final question here. I kind of tried to avoid open-ended questions. But is there any particular large engine changes with PoE 2 that allows you to do something that you've always wanted to do in PoE 1, but you weren't able to?
So most of the changes, like engine-wise, are actually on PoE 1's engine because we wanted to merge them so that we can make all the assets transfer. Yeah. Probably one of the largest changes that is different between PoE 1 and 2 is the global illumination system. And what that kind of means is that so like any and this was like we had GI in PoE 1 as well, but it kind of works differently. So like effectively the nice thing that you can do with a really good GI is that you can light objects without having to actually place lights in them. Like they just get lit by the glowing parts. Okay. And so you just get a really nice like soft form of lighting from certain things. And certain areas can actually be lit entirely with the GI system, which is just really nice. Like you get the ability to do some lighting that's just really quite different than what PoE 1 has been capable of. Nice. So yeah, like that's pretty cool. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that like we didn't actually port over, but not really. Like, because we've tried to get everything as much as possible to be the same. Just for asset portability. There's quite a lot of stuff to do with like one of the engine features we have is the ability to read this is like real technical stuff, but to read the material that's on the ground and use that in the shader of a thing that's sitting on top. Yeah. And that lets you do things like, for example, we use that in the the bear slam. Yeah. When the bear does a slam, like the actual ground that's under the bear, like the chunks of rubble that come up are like red from the ground that's actually there, so that kind of like fits to the area. So that's kind of cool. That's very cool. And there's a few that's actually used quite a lot, like in more subtle ways. The bear is like really obvious because it's like big chunks of terrain that kind of come up. So that's like another one. That's very cool. What's another one that's like PoE 2 only? I'm not sure. As I said, most of the things get moved over. Like, I mean, look, one of the things that's gone on generally is that all of the we've upgraded the part. So we used to use in PoE 1 originally a like CPU based particle system, and then for most of PoE 2's development, we've had this like GPU based particle system, and that just means that the particles can look way nicer. And like that is available in PoE 1, but it's just like all those assets were made like a long time ago, right? So they all use the old system. So like just what we're doing with particle systems now is just like way cooler, in my opinion. Like just like a lot of the graphics, like there's stuff like the particles will respond to like wind in the environment. So like if you have like explosions, you can have like wind events on the explosions that will cause like other particles that are around to just get pushed away and stuff like that. Like there's just like little cool things like that.
It's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
so
so
I don't
cool.
know. There's just like there's nice little touches, but as I said, all that stuff is theoretically available in POE1. It's just it would require us like redoing a bunch of effects to actually take advantage of it. Yeah, probably some of the newer stuff in the leagues probably does, but
Yeah.
most stuff isn't that. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that answers some of those questions.
No, that was great. Actually, I thought of another thing. Guild tabs. Guilds are not transferring over to PoE2. What about guild
Correct.
stash tabs?
So because of the fact the guild isn't, it means the stash tabs aren't either. And that's kind of unfortunate because I would want that to happen. But in order to, the guilds just aren't integrated across both games. So therefore, because one guild owns the tab, and that guild isn't across, like, therefore the tabs are where they are. And as I said, that's really not a like policy decision. It's just a kind of technical decision. So I suppose in order to fix that, we'd have to merge the guilds of POE1 and 2. And like, I wouldn't even be against that idea. It's just requires more work than what we have time to do, unfortunately.
So the answer is
to be able to make something
basically
happen.
we will have to buy the stash tabs again, right?
You will for that, yes, unfortunately. But as I said, I just wish that wasn't the case, but it just is, unfortunately, just due to the way that we
Guilds,
couldn't
start
get the guilds merged.
over.
No, that's fine. Sarah, is PoE Mobile still being worked on?
It's not being worked on right now. Like we put it on hold when we like as we realized that we needed the resources, and effectively the people who were working on that, they then were the ones who then were taking over the console interface for PoE2. So what that meant was that we suddenly had a team that could actually like work on all that stuff and like do all the work that we needed to do for console. So the intention would be that when we get to the point of like feeling comfortable with like PoE2 is fine, like all the interface stuff is like all resolved, like we're out of early access, we're kind of like everything's good, then would be keen to restart the console version, the mobile version again. But for the time being, we're not working on it, we'll just have to get to the point where like feel okay, the console version of PoE2 is like is good enough that we can get some of the resources and move them over again.
Awesome. I don't know if the last one's like a question. I just want to throw my hat in the oh my god, please let us mute other player sounds. I hate the goblin troops. I want to throw my hat in that.
Okay.
So much.
Understood. Yeah, understood. I'll talk to them about it.
Awesome. That was pretty much all the questions I had. Like, thank you so much. Like, we are a few days out for launch and you're taking time to do this. We all the community super appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much. And we're very excited to play PoE2 when it comes out.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you very much for, giving me a chance to talk to you guys again. It's always fun.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, for everybody watching on both YouTube and Twitch,
All right.
try to die. Less than
See you
the
later, guys.
servers do. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right,
All
bye.
right.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Bye. No problem. All right. I've got someone to... I have to go shut off the stream myself, I guess. All right.
Nah, that's
Here
all
we go.
good. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Awesome. There it is, chat. There it is. That went pretty well. I hope I didn't cough too much. I'm still pretty sick, but my fever's mostly gone. I hate being sick. Man, it's so split. Whenever I ask a question, there's like some people like, that's the dumbest fucking question I've ever heard. And some people are like, that's amazing. And I'm like, bruh. I guess that means they're good questions if they're equally like representing and not representing people. I also feel like a lot of people are like thinking like all the questions are for me, but like most of these questions are from other people. I had like 4 from me. But hopefully, hopefully you like them. Your questions were ultra good. Thank you.
What do we think? Are we happy? Good? What are the notes I took? Stash tabs, training dummy, runes, leech, crit, respec ascendancy, respec free during early access. Why make it harder? Servers, phishing, pre-download, and guilds. Those are the timestamps that I marked down. I just got here. Is there pre-download? Nope. No pre-download because they currently are afraid of data mining. And my whole thing was you could still do it, 8 hours, 6 hours, 4 hours, 2 hours before. Like at that point, who cares anyways? But no scheduled pre-download because of data mining. I know it's very silly. I think I'm mildly excited. Yeah, give it a 3 to 4 hour window, no issues. Well, I'm trying to think logically too. Like, follow me down this rabbit hole for a second. Let's say you pre-download it 4 hours early. Immediately at 4 hours, it gets data mined and it shows up on 6 websites or whatever. It's gonna get data mined in 4 hours anyways. Then, if the servers do explode or there's problems or long queues, the people that are curious, the people that do want to research, the people that aren't going in blind, actually have something to do while they wait. They can go look at the stuff. And the people that want to go in blind, you know, if you don't want to watch it, turn off the TV. I don't know. I feel like it's win-win. It's not a big download. Don't ask how I know. How do you know? They will have pre-downloaded. It's just called server issues. Oh my gosh. That way people who have crappy internet can be ready and not be at the mercy of the servers. I have to work on Friday. By the time I get to play, everyone will have already spoiled quite a bit. Correct. No comment. You can't use no comment. Get him. But that's the thing GGG didn't want. They want the game to be free from spoilers. No, Ninja, I hear you. I am just saying that come Friday at launch, it will already be data mined, right? So, you know, even if you did a 1 hour to release, you can pre-download it. You know, I don't know. It seems like not wanting a pre-download because you think that's going to spoil it compared to having a bad launch. That sounds silly to me. I don't know. I could be wrong. As much as I'd like to pre-download, it wouldn't really impact me as much. I have a dentist appointment Friday at 2, and my dentist office is over an hour away. So I can download it when I head to the appointment. But people are freaking out over the disparity of build tools for ad revenue. Always back to the money. You don't know comment us, Sith. See, it's not me. I did hear there's another closed beta tomorrow. I heard that too. Data mine isn't the issue. It's having the build tools and get the eyeballs. I completely agree with you. If someone is interested in discovering it all fresh, they're not going to go around looking it up online. Correct. The argument for that is, why not have the download be part of the release race? I originally took Friday off, but decided better not due to likely server issues. Took the next Friday off. All right, let's see what Ziz is saying.
Hey, the goblins.
Oh my god. Was there one... I don't have the waypoint there. What is this important for the quest? Oh, I'm level 20. Ah, I'm level 20.
Now, I do see the humor in this. I think it's funny, but I play this game too much to want this in my fucking game. Imagine sitting there trying to listen to lore for the people that care about that. Like, fuck me, dude. And I know that this is a more extreme version because it is forcing. It is. But holy fuck, dude.
I love goblins.
Who did that to you? Oh, I play hardcore. I'm entirely unaffected by this. There is one other person that plays hardcore on the same server that I do, right? Because it's spread out with like Milan, Paris, London. So it's not a me problem. This is definitely something I'm asking for the community. Ben? No, it is me and Steel on the server we play on.
What a
It's
potty
just,
mouth.
very...
I know. All right, Zizarin. All those F-bombs on my channel, you know. Medic likes the F-bombs. This is the only concern I've had after trolling the forums. Others MTX annoying me. My ears! Well, I will tell you something. Knowing that, yay, I could finally unmute. I will say that, having Darth, if you guys did not hear, DM is coming on the podcast with me and Frosty LaRue this Wednesday, so just a couple of days. DM will be entering the town portal. And then, same day, later in the night, I will be going on Talkative Tries podcast. This is going to be a busy day. Watching that 2 hours or however long it was actually gave me a lot of info. See, so now I'll be more informed on PoE 2. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're only going to talk motorcycles the whole time. Aren't people going to be in their hideout after, like, day 2? I don't know. What's up, Frozen? Frozen, I like your comment on my video. Yeah, so DM will be on the podcast on this channel with me and Frosty. And then I'll be on Talkative's stream later in the night. I hear he has a motorcycle. I think he's got, like, a bunch of motorcycles. Hey, look what I made earlier, Mr. Autobot. Not that I am ready for it in any way. I got my bridge key. This is not Path of Exile 2. Oh, does it still say PoE? Oh yeah, I didn't change anything. Sorry. There, now we're up to date. This must be a very special early access version. Yes, I was lucky enough to be granted an early access version, so right now we're just playing that for a little bit. I feel bad for Darth going into the town portal. I got a bridge key. Yes, I could be a troll. I got a bridge key, Fokker. Can you milk me? Never mind. There's no data mining, but Aaron mining. Yes. It's possible you know more than I do, Aaron. I'm sure I do. You haven't followed anything. Toxicity. Frozen, do you plan on playing PoE 2? Do 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 do.
Yes.
Dude, we're just gonna go straight react content from now on, you know? Wait, what's happening? Happened, I missed this. Do you plan on playing POE 2? Hell yeah, you're not allowed to play anything but LE. Period. Can't believe you. Used to be loyal, you know? Honestly, I just went way too hard and burnt myself out. That happens. You will have stuff to do in Season 2, don't worry. For now, you can work on POE 2. You playing D4 tomorrow? Yes, of course. Why? Is tomorrow PTR? Don't say tomorrow's PTR. I told everyone I'd play PTR. Tomorrow PTR? Don't say that. Is it tomorrow? I don't know. Oh, tomorrow is D4 PTR. Nobody cares about PTR. It's not even on a controller. It will take you 5 minutes in and out. It's literally 2 seasons recycled. I know what it is. It's... We watched all the campfires. It's, we're doing...
Ready.
I can't remember. Have they talked about seasons? Maybe they haven't said anything about season 7. That's why I can't remember. The D4 bad meta returning? Did it leave? I don't know. Dude, we covered all the D4 news. I legitimately cannot remember what the hell this season's even about. Did they say? Maybe they didn't say. That was the whole campfire chat, remember? Yeah, I remember they were talking about... It's the season... Oh, yeah. It's the vampire powers, but instead you're not a vampire, you're Witch powers. Yes, I remember now. Witch powers. I love D4, but yeah, everyone else hates it now. Yeah, witch powers. They're bringing witchcraft powers. It's even season 7, season of the Diablo, like. Aaron, do you have a POE 2 class picked? Yes. So we are going to do our best to make a little bit of a splash. We'll see. Maybe it doesn't happen, but I'm going to be maining Witch, specifically around minion army builds. Right now, there is 8 of us that are all maining Witch. I have a team that we're going to run some spreadsheets, do some tests, work together, and see if we can deliver some tips and tricks, leveling guides, and endgame build guides for PoE 2, specifically around the Witch. Try and bring some of the Last Epoch Necro builds to PoE 2. And hopefully it works out. But yeah, we're going to try and play it pretty damn serious. He has a team. That's him. His alt account, I bet, right? No. Full party minion shenanigans rip the server. Correct, Amundo. If I feel like my build could be viable, I could send it your way. Yeah, Phoenix, we could talk later. You should just join the group. It's just important that the people in the group, like what we're working on, is we're not lifting builds. Like, we're going to try and make our own stuff. It's not just about, you know, copying people. It doesn't matter. But yeah. We're going to try and really hit the ground running with Witch. Frozen, what are you doing? Let me guess. Mercenary. And you're going to go cold and try and recreate Frostclaw. I would die if that's true. Please tell me that's true. I really want double two-handed Gigabomb. Bonk. You should do that. Come on. Booyah. I think Frostclaw got nerfed in PoE 2. Hard to say, right? I'm just biased against preload because I always work on the release hour and pre-download don't do anything for me. How do I enter the giveaway? What's up, Hart? Very simple. So we've already given away, I think, 5 or 6 PoE 2 keys. The next giveaway will be on tomorrow's stream. I just started this one. But Path of Exile 2 early access. As long as you are subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. As long as you are following on Twitch, type in !giveaway. Easy. Dang, Frozen went hard on Frostclaw. I know, right? Higher chance of golden tiers. Spawn more elites. We are going to die on this for sure. I took earthquakes. Oh my gosh, I'm not even paying attention. Oh. All right, that was close. That was close. We made it. Oh, don't miss it.
Statues stir with your essence. Enter the arena and face my minion.
Good earthquake practice. All right, hold on, everyone. I'll catch up on chat after this run. Well, catch up on chat now. Dude, the earthquake in there is horrible. Why'd you let me pick that one? Oh, the fly killed me. It's very funny, West. Very funny. It's not funny. Gotta go to work. See you tomorrow, sir. Oh.
What can I say except you're welcome? For the tides, the sun, the sky. Hey, it's okay, you're welcome.
All right, everybody, buckle up. You're going to see a lot of death. We're going to attempt to push. Let's see if we could... Let's just see what a 101 feels like. Rupture 101. Autobot, I got this. Do I play PTR tomorrow for D4? How much will people like that? One hand, it changes it up. We get to check out the new stuff. On the other hand, people hate D4. But we would do a POE 2 giveaway during a D4 stream. Holy moly. right. We're getting there to the boss. Is it fast? No. No, I saw it. Aaron will become a D4 shill.
Mission failed.
D4 is one of the games ever made. That is true. Me and Frozen are gonna play some PTR D4 tomorrow. Me and Frozen, right? Frozen. 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 I didn't buy the expansion. I see. Well, you can imagine what it'd be like if you did. Frozen? You don't need the expansion. Yeah, you probably do need the expansion for PTR. I'm trying to... we're at 101 right now, Mr. Tech. This is going to be my last attempt, and then if not, we're going to hit the catacombs. Just get me to the boss. I just want to see if we could even hurt the boss. Tech, you missed the Zizarin interview. Tech? 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 Oh no, I missed it. Dude, we're almost there. 88. $91. 93. Oh, that was luck. $95. 96. Come on. That'll do it. All right, we made it to the boss. 3 minutes. 7 minutes to go. Who do we got? Don't be Cannibal or something. Or Drythus. That's even worse. Trickster. No, it's not worse. See crap. We're kind of hurting him. Parkour. Yeah, we don't do enough damage. Blah. Can't do it. Goblin mode activated. I think my favorite Rupture boss is the cat. I like the octopus. All right, let's hit our catacombs. Ooh, flat damage 151 on the wand. Of course, do. Got 11 upgrades. It's just this huge. It's just a huge range. We're gonna get something good right here. No. 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 Last chance. I will actually take that one.
Let's talk about gold. Feel sorry for your enemies.
Got my ambassador key. So I can get the picture next to my name tech. I did 2 runs yesterday, hit 90, no upgrades. But what's crazy about that wand is even though it has garbage modifiers on it, I could throw on a 5th Ferocity Wolves. They last forever, Trevor. I mean, literally, my mason jar, I put 1 scoop. It's a, you know, a quarter of a gallon.
Yes.
Bow. Mauls. Spears. Mauls. One-handed. Spears. Mauls. Nice. Good start. Good start. 76, 76. 155. 72. Stamina. All right. No upgrades and all of that. It's probably going to be strong in 16 ounces. I'm close to beating the main game. Are you talking about the campaign? You're not done with that yet? Come on, Raven. Maybe. Boss damage. 0. Rings. Hey, puppy. All right, Tech, it looks like I'm with you. Bad catacombs run. Never mind. One upgrade. I suck at gearing in this game. You just gotta know what you're looking for. $151, $155. Fire, crit, which we don't need, and lifesteal. actually. Ferocity Wolves, jump leap 3 more times. Bats, 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 leap 3 more times, 50% more damage with leap. We have our perfectly synced 5 Ferocity Wolves. Okay. You ready for POE 2? I'm worried about all the Souls-like difficulty during the campaign. I am ready, sir. Truth be told, I'm not worried. I'm even so not worried, we decided we're gonna roll hardcore because the game looks so freaking easy. So that's the plan. Right, guys?
Ready.
Guys? All right, let's check in on our dailies. What? Yeah. All right, we need to complete 4 more ruptures. Sure, if you roll hardcore, I'm off the team. What do you mean? World's first hardcore death achievement incoming. First crab scene on the beach. Dead. Come on, guys, it's me. Guys. Precisely, Phoenix. What? Phoenix, I haven't even started trying yet. He'll die on the loading screen somehow. It's very funny. Very funny. Phoenix knows. I don't even know what the hell this one is. Fire. I'm still falling. No way. I didn't fall in the middle, so now I'm done. Every once in a while. Every once in a while, Autobot. Happened to me last season. How many tablets do you think I've wasted this season? Well, no, that's 12. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Maybe we will play D4 PTR tomorrow. Oh my gosh. That's a lot of fun. All right, we gotta complete 4 more to get our last daily. I now aim for the middle. Now that's good to know. It's good to know. Yeah, it's good to know. Still better than dying hardcore death, right? PTR will just wreck the next season for. I only play for 3 days anyways. Figure we'll grind 4 more, get the catacombs key, run it again. I guess we could attempt 101 now that we have our 5 ferocity bats. Still better than dying in hardcore because you dash through the portal, falling to your death instead of getting ported to the treasure chest hallway. Way better. By the way, I got 2 Doombringers. In D4.
Enter the arena and face my minion.
What are you talking about? All right. Proof that Aaron is a cheater, even in DR. Wait, I'm a cheater? I just lost all my tablets. What do you mean? The cheater would be like I get unstuck when other people can't. Okay. We are for sure not playing Dwarven Realms tomorrow. I just made the executive decision. I just don't know why. Oh my gosh. Every once in a while this game, I just like am beyond infuriated. I officially have hit that point. Day 3 of season 2. It happened, Autobot. Losing my mind. He's losing his mind. Wait, Tech, I don't understand. You got 2 Doombringers in D4? You're playing D4 right now? Could learn to be a little patient. I know it's not possible. It's not possible. We always have to be pushing. Speed. Glass cannon. Duh. I'm trying to finish my battle pass. Does D4 still have them? Do they do battle? Do they have a battle pass? Finish the battle pass. Now I have no desire to even play with the weapon. Oh, does the battle pass give you the weapon?
Face my minion.
And face my minion. It's just meh. Dun. Ba-da-rum bum bum. You die. Ooh, I know how to get our damage higher as well. I know what to do. Ooh. Back to the kitchen. Are you all right? Cross out is done. Back to the kitchen, then the mine. Perfect. That's what I like to hear. $1,000 damage. What do we have for helmet? Any Christmas movie Discord nights this month? Yeah, we'll do something for sure. Yeah, we'll think of something fun for sure. I mean, we have to watch National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation at least once. At least once. Already done. You watched it last night. At least it's out of its misery. I mean, our damage is for sure already up since the last time we tried that 101. If you're not doing anything productive, go in the other room and get my stogie.
Your statues stir with your essence. Enter the arena.
Be nice. Could be his last Christmas. Will be his last Christmas. Everyone, tomorrow's stream we will give away a free copy of Path of Exile 2. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube. Type in !giveaway. Grace? You died 6 years ago. Trickster. You dead. Did those bats stay up forever? Look, they're still jumping around. The blessing. Love that. Damn, can't believe we've already been live almost 5 hours today. Jeez. Three. Hey, Autobot. The fact that this elven portal is here, it means I will not be able to complete this, right? One or the other? Right. One or the other. If it was gold, would not cost a key.
Make your way to my arena and face my minion.
Man, it would be so cool if they figured out a way where I could run in there, kill the boss, and then with my remaining time, run back out here. You know, something like that. That way, if you have a Sands or anything like that, you're not giving up. Always take it if it's gold. Yeah, because then you don't need the key, right? Just knock it out. Where's the deer? Come here. Hey, ice horses, get over here. Drythus loves this. Main game beaten, you beat Zol? No, he means he's beat the campaign, Rupture 36, I believe. Get them all? So he beat the tutorial. No, he's going after it. I'm missing one picture. Min. Don't have all the pictures. You know how much I hate that.
Upgrade completed.
Do I have Banshee? No. Spend 3 and potentially get an upgrade for my build. Or spend 3 and get a picture next to my name. Upgrade for the win. I know.
Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail.
Good day, party people. What's up? You need a fellowship invite? I can help with that.
Ready.
Do. You betcha. Anybody else need a fellowship invite? If you hit escape, I show you. YouTube or Twitch, hit escape. Over here it says your account name. Put that in chat, por favor.
Death and glory.
Invite. Scorp. What's the point of fellowship? We're all playing solo. You get a bunch of buffs. Like this. Literally, look at what just popped in. Sands of Time for free because of the Fellowship. Oh, that's cool. I know. There's no co-op in the game right now, but there is guilds or fellowships where you support each other and buff each other. There is value to it. You just can't play together yet. Please invite me. Yeah, I gotcha. Come on, free catacombs key. Bam! Ancient tablets. All right. Yeah. Hit escape, type your account name, which is right here, or you could hit copy in the chat. They've talked about, we've had the creator of DR on the Town Portal podcast, and they've talked about how they want to do it. Nice. Bridge key, delve bug. Didn't get the key. That's fun, I think. Would you like to get a better stash tab management in Last Epoch? Wait, I don't understand your question. Would I like better stash tab management or management in LE? They're pretty damn good. I don't know. By the way, everybody, we are ranked 10th overall for Fellowship. No, I want worse stash tabs. Autobot wants worse ones. Okay. Let's go back over here, check in on our dailies. 2 ruptures left to complete to get our catacombs key. And we've got a level 2. Ravencrow RPG needs in. I got you. I sent it again. I don't know if it worked. Olympus. Man, this fight murdered us yesterday. But we finally beat him. Our damage is up since then. Let's hope we could just kill him faster. A friend of mine told me I just need to be patient. Those bats are putting in work. He's dead. Never mind, I found the options. Invites was blocked, so you need you need it again. Here we go. We're gonna get only magic options. Two-handed, archery, one-handed, mauls, magic, magic. Ooh, one-handed. Chain lightning, wisdom. Okay. Blood dragons. Two-handed, spears, archery, magic. One-handed, archery, mauls. 2 rings. Accomplishing all dailies. All right, I'm doing it. I quit TCG shop. I'm opening DR. I guess I need to at least beat Aaron this season. What's that supposed to mean? Thank you, Aaron. It worked. You are very, very welcome. All right. Ooh, we no longer need that critical strike chance. Okay. We're pretty much as upgraded as we can get. This game looks to me like it has WoW graphics with ARPG elements. Yeah. So Dwarven Realms is built on Unreal Engine 5. It has the character customization of a action RPG with the mob density of a Vampire Survivors. Kind of my pitch, and this isn't sponsored, by the way, is kind of in a world of everything's kind of copy and paste of each other. One thing about this game is it is truly unique. At least I think it is. One of the things it definitely has going for it. You could say this part of the game reminds me of this, but the overall feel and everything put together, it's pretty damn unique, which is cool. What hit me? I didn't see anything. It's also extremely addictive. It's very addictive. It's very easy to learn, very hard to master. What's up, Alexander? Yeah, this is my favorite under $10 game. People are like, I'm on a budget or I want to try something new. It's like, it takes me half a second. This is always my #1 recommendation. Mob density of vampire survivors, character customization of a Diablo-like. It's a live service game that has done already 26, 27 different seasons. It's online competitive ladders, but not co-op. Gets huge regular updates. It's community driven. It's awesome. It's awesome. Anybody could pick it up and play it, but it could take you years to master it. It's really well made. I like it. And it continues to get better and better every season. Dude, this is like... I mean, I guess we're kind of killing stuff. Actually, we're almost there. We need 27 more essence. 21. All right, take a deep breath. Kill the slugs. Oh, that should do it.
The statues
Boom.
with your assets. Enter the arena and face my minions.
It's one of my favorite games, period. Price be darned. I know you love it. Who do we get? The pig! All right, our bats jump a lot now. Oh yeah, our damage is way up. Look at that pig's life, Autobot. I'm not saying we're not gonna die, but I'm saying we have the damage to win for sure. Uh-oh. Don't make any more add-ons. Ugh. Okay, focus. First earthquake, no problem. Add-ons are down. Two-thirds life gone. New ads. New ads. New ads. Now 9. Pig's not going down without a fight. You know something else this game does extremely well? It really gives you a sense of accomplishment when you grind, and finally you're able to push up. Oh, this is gonna be brutal. Like that sigh of relief. Die, pig! Got it. Rupture 101 complete. Does it, though? I don't know. I think it does. It's like that drives you crazy, but also you're so excited when you... I don't know. Only $10? I think it's on sale for like $8. You don't need the crit chance. Boom. Wait. Okay, guys, the card table is for sure bugged. I have clicked on this one as a red card twice. Whatever. Did they patch something? That's a yikes. Yeah, that's a yikes. Holy moly. Critical strike bonus damage, 64%. Fire bonus damage, 50%? Why do those numbers look big? That's what she said. Eh. No, did I do what I think I did? I did. Blah. I sold the thing where you get 250,000 gold if you do your dailies. Oh, whatever. I wish everyone a nice Tuesday. I wish you a nice Tuesday as well. They patched it yesterday. You didn't download it after your stream. No, I downloaded. I updated the game this morning, so I must have not read it. Hey, bud. What do you get to today so far? 101 has been beat. Today we took a 2-hour break as a community to watch Zizarin live with Jonathan Rogers. So that was fun. I also got a taste of what it's like to just, like, react to stuff. It's the new focus of action RPG. What do you think? Huh? Yeah, yeah. It came from Germany. Good old Gamescom. I know it's confirmation bias, but I just feel like whatever the thing is you want, you just never get it in this game when it comes to, like, the crafting recipes. I swear I have every single one for everything but wisdom. You may have to re-roll your cards because of the glitch. Might not be a terrible idea. But I got the red flat damage one. Now I don't want to. Give us enough. Yep. We've also got enough for another Grave Digger run. Sands incoming? Oh, thank you for the heads up. Thank you, thank you.
Upgrade completed.
Damn, all that work to get this wand, and then we find this. Oh my gosh. All right. I don't see the sands. Oh, you're fighting them right now, aren't you? You do bridge yet? No, I made the key. I've got it right here. I've only beaten Rupture 101. Normally bridge is at 115. Considering the delay, you were at the key crafting bench. Oh, you think it's over there? If I hit escape and pause, that doesn't show up. Is that how it actually works? That sucks. No, read the comment. No, you were in a pause screen when I got him, probably. Considering the delay, we're at the key crafting bench. Bridge is a lot easier now than 115. Is it that much easier? Oh, I upgraded the wrong one. It is much better. Booyah. Is the leaderboard in the game you're actually playing with DR, or do you really enjoy DR? Or do you... Wait. Is the leaderboard the game you are... Oh, yeah. No. No, I enjoy the game. I'm not a huge leaderboard guy. It's fun, though. In Warframe, we always say, grind, grind, grind away, grind your mind away. Life is such a pain. I'm not sure about how the line ends. I see. Okay, dailies all done. Gravedigger's Key. Never mind. One more. Jump around. Ten damage for every 150 wisdom. I like that. I don't know what that was on, though. I need to check to see what that modifier was for. I just beat a 55. No! How does this stuff happen? Autobot, you're crushing already. I already know what you're doing. You just want to beat me. Monster. Yeah. There's a full skin list in the game. I use my death skin with Dreythus. It's my destiny.
Upgrade completed.
I believe beat Aaron is the goal for all games. I see what you did there. I see. Catacombs level 2. There's always something to do. What time do we do the giveaway? I need to take a shower. I'm sorry. The giveaway, I've already given away 5 or 6 POE 2 keys. This giveaway I just started today. And it'll be drawn tomorrow, but you do not have to be present to win. You don't have to be present to win. So you go take your shower. Everyone, as long as you're following on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. The trickster again, huh? Electric dragons. Movement speed. Dex. Endurance. Potion. Everything is doing well with my teeth. Isn't that a great feeling?
Upgrade completed.
Is this still the exact same? I've always hated this fight. This little enclosed room. Yes, it is. Maybe not. Yeah. Look, look. You save up those keys so you could basically just one-shot him. It's a good way to get weapon mods. You want to focus on damage or upgrade? Wait, when upgrading, right? Yeah, you want to focus on flat damage. Flat damage is king. All right, everybody, this is Rupture 106. Anything that hits me is deadage. Yeah, what else is new? Oh my gosh. Both of the first two champions are... Crit chance 100%. Crit chance 110. Offhand percent. So he's talking about ferocity wolves for me. And then flat. I'm almost positive that Ghost and Drithis said that flat is still king over offhand. Or at least they're pretty close. I'm not sure. I guess that one's debatable. Well, we're kind of killing some stuff. Holy moly. Just keep spinning, spinning, spinning. We're actually at 64. 69. Holy smokes.
and face my minion.
We got to the boss in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. The Den Mother. All right, we could beat the Den Mother. Rupture 106. Autobot, why couldn't I get that one that just stands in one place? I don't remember which one's name is. Oh, crap. Den Mother heard me talking crap. Hit me with 3 earthquakes right at the beginning. All right, add-ons down. 3 earthquakes or 4 earthquakes down. No. Okay. Damage is feeling good. New to Dwarven Realms. What does the icon beside the stats on items mean? Are those they're affixes? If you highlight over the icons, it'll tell you what they do. So for example, if you put your item in the crafting bench, well, I can't on that one. It'll tell you magic damage. These are different things they could do. It's the graphical reference on what they can do. Ooh, man, I wanted that one. Ah, see, that's what happens. My first attempt at 106. Get all excited. Get the Den Mother to almost half-life. Get to the boss quick. It's like, oh, okay, we could do this. And now the 20 attempts of getting murdered starts. All right. Just kidding. Got this. We had that Den Mother. It was our chance. All right. Now I'm focused again. Those last 3 quick deaths, I wasn't focused. That's not true. I'm not that focused. Blah, blah, blah. We're honestly just doing this for the crafting materials anyways, you know? The Underrealm is you need 3 Underrealm shards to make the key. Once you've made the key, you go to the door by the training dummies. Halfway to the boss. Ooh. Let's get squirrely. 80%, 87. All right, boss attempt 2.
And face my minion.
Dragon. All right. Damage is for sure high enough. Sure. Sweet, thanks. You're very welcome. It's tough, Robert. These fights aren't easy. And I'm already pulled over. I can't pull over any farther. And wolves. Wisdomus. And 11 upgrades. And crit still maxed. There's an upgrade. Ferocity Wolves flat. Well. Flat. I need planks. I've got 20 upgrades available if I had planks. Simpox, what's the easiest way to get planks? Swamp. Starting zone. Just do ruptures and hope that planks are the rewards at the end. Got it. But that would require grinding. We're pushing, you know? Aaron, you need to stop pushing. No. All right. All we got to do is get 100 essence without getting hit, and then fight the boss and kill the boss without getting hit. I mean, just need a perfect run. That's it. It's possible. We do enough damage, guys. Right? Nice. Oh, just re-roll until you get planks. It's a good idea, too.
Make your way to my arena.
We can get to the boss in 2 minutes. Oh, I don't like the little ending areas. The Nightshade. Oh, brother. I think maybe the game's broken. It's only logical. It's broken. You're broken, more like it. I know. I don't even know where we're ranked. 46th. Well, we're top 50 for mage. Somebody said earlier the bridge fight is much easier. If I was able to beat a 106, could I beat bridge? Probably not worth the risk a key. As long as you don't get hit. I see. Yeah, I beat it at 105, but still lost one key. Getting one shot. I could. I should wait. Already at 6 hours today. You guys, this isn't a subathon. Hey, Autobot, we were talking earlier. You got any... You're a pretty smart guy. Any thoughts? It's a fun event we could do on Friday for Path of Exile 2. That would be engaging. That isn't a subathon. Medic had a good idea. He said, what if we put a clock in the corner and then every time somebody donates, the clock went up and the stream can't turn off until the clock runs out. That was his idea. Oh yeah, good idea. Oh, brother. A gold one at 106? Ooh, won't let me get it. This is now turned into killing the gold beetle. Come here. Hey, you. I got it. All right, hit me. What is it, Toxic? I knew you'd figure it out. Oh, brother. Real talk, though. You plan on staying up at all or normal stream times? Well, we'll do long kind of marathon streams for POE. I'm just not putting a clock back up. No way. Hardcore POE 2. And you can't end it till you beat Act 3. Oh, come on. Hydrate, I've been out of water for like 3 hours. He's a chicken. He's a peeping Tom. Dad, you on the bike. So I donate a penny every hour and it will keep you on? Oh, brother. No, we are not putting a clock in the corner. Right? No, we're not. We're not. I'm not even... That option is not possible. Aaron, what about a cat? No. No. Every time you die, you gift 5 subs and have a giveaway. You guys think I'm gonna die playing POE 2? It just seems silly. Like, I heard the game's very easy.
The statues stir with your essence. Enter the arena.
Rupture 106. Attempt 3. Actually 4. Who the hell is this? Brother. Ooh, stand still. Look at that bat damage. No add-ons. This is great. No! All right, Half-Life. Our best attempt yet. Rupture 105. Oh, crap. Under Half-Life. Oh, crap. Well. Oh. Oh my gosh. You guys see that backwards move there? Aaron, was that? No, it was pure luck. It was not skill. I don't even think I meant to click that. All right. 2/3 down. No more earthquakes. Quarter left. Oh. Plenty of time. Still over 5 minutes. Earthquake's coming. I can feel it. Gosh. 106 down. Parkour. I think a death counter / punishment system would be fun. But yeah, if you're talking about goals, Friday, if you reach a goal, you put whole Saturday witch costume. Makeup is done by your kids. Oh my gosh. Now ranked 37th.
Upgrade completed.
Spicy food. Spicy food. Now ranked 5th in the fellowship. Me? Is that what 106 gets me? 5th? Oh, we're now ranked 5th in fellowship. Overall? He is 5th. Yeah, I am 5th. Our fellowship rank is 10th.
Yes.
Three 120s, one 117 in front of him. Thanks, Robert. I want to reset my card table, but I'm afraid I'm going to lose that baby. I got a 6 on flat, and I got a 6 on crit and wisdom. And I've got 3 and 3 on flat for damage reduction and energy. That one sucks. Flat. Flat, flat, flat. It's actually pretty good. Only 1 wasted. You going all in on phasing? Yeah. I'm basically at no. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. I just beat a 106. Oh, we got the card table upgrade. Let me count your cards again. Actually ahead of me in progression, LOL, but I'm playing hardcore, so I guess it's a little different. Yeah, that doesn't count. You're better. Your card count matches your rupture count. So it's correct. I don't need to reset. Let's reset anyways. No, I don't. What do you think? I've got flat. This one's not that good, but we're using wisdom and crit. And then these two are 1 away from red. Damage reduction, or flat and energy. Yeah, you can respec everything. Keep your cards. Yeah, they're pretty good. I like the boss damage card. I like the lightning card. Happy birthday, Radio. Is it your birthday? Oh, it is your birthday. No, not my birthday. You can... No, stats percent. You mean like lightning percent? I've got the lightning damage bonus. I wish I had fire and lightning because the pet is fire. Just because it's fun. Who cares? Cards. Let's pick some cards. Wisdom percent. The first card options suck. This is no. Yeah. No, this isn't the card. No, that's not the card I maxed out last time. You're saying I oh no, that's not percent. This is percent. You like this card? Simpox? Flat. Yay. So normally I would take this card. How many different percent wisdom cards are there? Just 2. Well, crap. Oh. Hello, beautiful. Okay. Dreythus, I always normally take this card. Damage reduction in flat. No? Dreythus? You get way more value out of another. You're such a monster. Never get to do anything I want. It gave me the same one again. Boss damage. Wisdom. Right? Guys? Wisdom. Flat. That's the spirit. Uh-oh. Boom! First red. Very nice. POE 2 looked better in the trailer. What do you mean? What are you looking at now? Where's my lightning or fire flat? Boss. Wisdom. I normally take this card as well. D4 had some amazing looking trailers. Fire Orb's pretty strong, but I don't play meta. Give me wisdom. Damage reduction. Oh, this is gonna be a bad one. I'm not feeling it.
I want that POE key.
Well, now that you subbed, I have to give it to you. Pay to win. Just kidding. Thank you for the Prime sub, sir. Here we go. Our first bad card. Is it happening? Damage reduction, max health. Fire and flat. This is the card I had maxed out last time. Flat wisdom and crit. Because I had to take it. Come on! Where this would be max too. Stupid. Okay. Try this. There's a true glass cannon kind of guy. Of course he doesn't choose health percent. Nobody clicks that one. Do I take the wisdom and bonus damage, or do I roll the dice on one more click? At least it helps in some way. Everyone clicks that one. Personally, I'd roll the dice. You monster. Wisdom and attack speed. Hey, it's the same card. It's there anyways. But I have FOMO issues. Attack speed and wisdom, or bonus damage and wisdom? Everybody takes this card? Nobody likes that card. Dude, what in the world happened? It's like the fourth roll in a row with Nini. Oh my gosh, just... Armor? What happened to all of you? Flat, boss damage flat, wisdom. That's a big wisdom boost. Wisdom is up to 762. Combat rating is up 3,000 or 4,000 from redoing our cards. And I have more life. Hey, Shin. Hello, sir.
Glory to the brave.
Damn, how lucky with that last one being the big wisdom, right? We've beaten a 106. Barely. Dude, I feel tankier than ever now. Do you need armor too, or is that not? Do people take armor card too? Armor card and max life. Oh, so silly. Does that mean some people can play the game and get hit twice? Or is that... Someone told me the other day you can actually play the game where you can get hit and not die. But I don't know. I thought they were just joking around. I grew up with the golden gun, so that's just what I... Tech, I beat 106, so that's your target now. $8.15 away. This is Rupture 111. Come on, just let me make it to the boss. I see him.
Make your way to my arena.
All right.
My minion.
Octopus. No, this idiot. All right. What you are doing is perfect. We definitely do enough damage to kill the boss. Dude, those bats are going ham right now. Also, Dreythus, I don't know what the best is. I went 3 bats and then 1 of each of the other modifiers. Jumps 3 extra times, 50% more damage. Holy moly. All right, now the fight actually begins. Six minutes on the timer, plenty of time. No, these earthquakes are gonna be brutal. Half-life. Ads are going down. Right, about 2/3 life gone. Oh my gosh. Still 4 minutes on the clock. Oh, come on. Feel like the timer's going down quicker. All right, stop making add-ons. Freaking just make earthquakes. Quarter life left, 3 minutes on the clock. All right, I lied. No more earthquakes. Plenty of time. 111. First attempt.
Amzat 5 months. You got this easy kill.
First attempt. Tech. 111. Oh, the golden goose is out there. Cheater. I'm not listening. Why? As you mock me, you want me to leave the mines. No, you're not allowed to leave the mines. We pushed from 80 or 90? 80. We pushed from 80 to 111 today? Is that right? It might be no, that's not right. We were at 98. 98. 89. I don't know. This is our bad card. Max health. Wisdom. Hey, Ghost of Soap. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's see what that did for our ranking.
Ready.
27th. For Mage, we are now ranked 27th. Is it normal to have to grind a level for a while? Yeah. Hey, I'm sorry, Ghost. I've already given away 5 or 6 POE 2 keys. That giveaway is actually for tomorrow. We're going to draw it during tomorrow's stream. Dude, for a second I saw Hot Dog and I was like, Hog is playing? Just Hot Dog. What do you get from the bridge key? Insanely good items. You can get insanely good items. All offhands up to 9. You don't know, you're gonna win it tomorrow, don't worry. And a big amount of XP. POE 2, not LE 2. Granted, we're waiting for season 2 of LE. Do we attempt it? We just beat the 111. Do we attempt the bridge? Basically, I just can't get hit. Man, that would be nice. Whatever. What the heck is this? Autobot? This isn't the bridge. This is the new bridge. Oh, brother. Great. Oh, good. It's still the model of the thing you can't see. And it still turns into the big fire thing. Jeez. So small. No, that's not what she said. Oh, we definitely do enough damage for the bridge. Where the hell is it? Oh, it's right in front of me. It's so... Look, I mean, again, this wouldn't have ended the fight. Arc literally had like, I don't know, 4 seconds before it went to phase 2. Stupid. There's the bridge fight. Why is it so tiny? I don't know. It's okay. It's not that costly to make that. It just costs 3 tokens and then 6 scrolls. So it's like, you know, they basically give away those fights for free. No, rip. I know. Hey, how do you get such high combat rating? I'm still around 5k. Been playing for 2 days. I don't know what I'm doing. You need flat. First off, you want to be a critical strike chance 100. And you want to try and stack as much flat as possible. Flat damage. Flat damage. Flat damage. Flat damage, flat damage. And you got to get the right modifiers, and you got to upgrade your pet, and you got to upgrade your offhands. And you got to get the right cards. There's like so much that goes into it. I like last season's bridge better. Why don't they just make the person so you can see them? This game's already got so much VFX and crap everywhere. And the enemy is literally the size of, like, nothing. That's what she said. She didn't say that. I don't think. Okay. All of our dailies are done. We are top 30. And we attempted the bridge, which we have enough damage. We just can't get hit, which sucks. So, yeah, I think I'm going to call it there. We're at 6.5 hours. A couple announcements. You blew it! Town Portal Podcast with me and Mr. LaRue. Yes, Frosty LaRue. We are back on Wednesday. Darth Microtransaction will be entering the Town Portal this Wednesday at 6 p.m. PST. Just letting everyone know. It's going to be a lot of fun. So Darth will be hanging out with me and Frosty on this channel, Aaron Action RPG, this coming Wednesday. Same day, a couple hours later, I will be on Talkative Try's podcast, talking LE versus POE. I don't know what we're going to talk about, but Talkative Try asked me to come on his podcast. So on December 4th, literally 2.5 hours after this podcast, I will be going on his podcast to talk about, I don't know, whatever he wants to talk about. Did I miss the raffle? No, the raffle is for tomorrow, Rex. The raffle is for tomorrow. Other than that, we have put together a pretty stellar team to hopefully make a splash in the content scene for Witch. Tips and tricks, leveling guides, endgame build guides. So I'll be maining Witch on Friday for Path of Exile 2. And I'm hoping by the end of today, I've got a clear idea of what event we're going to do on Friday. I got a couple ideas. I don't know. I got to run it by everybody. But yeah. What team is that? You're not on the team. I already know you're going to get kicked out soon. I say that with love, if that's love. Okay. So yeah. That's what's going on. Monster. Subathon. It's not a subathon. I'm not doing a subathon. Okay? Just because I might go Witch Hunter and you will get da boot. You'll get da boot. All right. Let's see who we got streaming. Yeah. If you're subbed on YouTube and you're following on Twitch, type in !giveaway. I've said it probably 10 or 15 times. I know there's people going in and out, but I will be drawing that tomorrow. Who's on? Og, Zizarin. Who is someone we haven't raided? $125 down. Nice job. I got it. All right, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow. If you need anything, hit me up on Discord. The link is right there. I appreciate you all so much. Another day in the books. Have a good night.